business is the most powerful force in our society. It controls our lives as employees and customers. It controls our legislation through lobbying. It controls our elections through political donations. It controls the media through ownership. And traditionally, the narrow self-interest of business has been maximizing profit. It's not possible for Ben & Jerry's to live out its values if it's owned by an entity that is not aligned with those values. And that's why we're now trying to free Ben & Jerry's.
As an entrepreneur, you need to think about corporate ownership. Why? Because it decides whether a company leads towards short-term goals or whether it tends towards the responsibility for man and nature. That's why I'm convinced corporate ownership matters.
Eigentum vermittelt den Inhabern Prioritätsrechte.
Ownership provides privilege rights, priority rights to the owners. This is important for the codification of capital. So ownership is a privileged legal position. And for reasons of social justice, this structure and situation must be legitimized.
Que é dono, que é o senhor de uma empresa, né? Quer cuidar de tudo, como nós indígenas cuidamos da terra. Não deixe de se conectar com a raiz da sua essência, a raiz da empresa que você trabalhou para ser o que ela está como hoje.
The Carlsberg Foundation is a Danish enterprise foundation with an engaged ownership policy, which is also referred to as a steward-ownership model. This ownership model has great benefits for the company, its employees and society. It provides Carlsberg with continuity and long-term orientation and ensures that the corporation cannot be acquired by foreign or Danish entities.
Als Familienunternehmer ist es mir natürlich wichtig,
in my capacity as a family company owner, it is important for me to guarantee that the values of the Otto Group. It's also through steward ownership that these values can be lived concretely.
In the 21st century, we need to move from a linear to a circular economy. We need aligned investors who will walk this journey on a long-term basis. I strongly believe as a founder that the steward ownership model would work the best.
For me, steward ownership is the missing piece in impact investing. It changes not just how we finance companies, but who those companies are accountable to.
The pursuit of short-term profit and mindless consumption are destroying the planet. Corporate leadership and ownership can play a part in
Unternehmertum und Eigentümerschaft können die gegenwärtige Situation verändern. Wir können ein neues Eigentümermodell schaffen, sodass Patagonias Werte darauf ausgerichtet werden, unseren Planeten zu retten. Patagonia abzugeben, war die beste Entscheidung, die ich je getroffen habe.
Do it the purpose way. Separate the money from the power.
Separating money from the power, this is exactly what we did at Wild Plastic with Steward Ownership. And it really helps us to stay true to our mission, which is to recover the world's wild plastic.
While we invest in ways that align capital with life, and steward ownership is a great way of protecting the essence of the companies that we invest in as they grow and evolve into the future.
We are a small company from the Sauerland, traditional family-driven. Steward ownership for us means more freedom in succession of ownership, in shaping the future, and in serving our company.
Thank you. Why does ownership matter to you? Why does steward ownership matter? Why are you here? We are all here because we know ownership matters. It matters to each of us from a different perspective, a different angle. We all have a different story. But we all know that a different form of business and entrepreneurship is possible. So with this, I welcome you all to the Steward-Ownership Conference, the SO25. My name is Michael Kaufmann, and I'm very excited to be able to lead you through this day today on behalf of the Purpose Group and the Foundation for Steward Ownership. And I'm so happy to see you all. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, for taking time out of your busy schedules, for giving that whole day and your energy to Steward Ownership. Particularly in these rapidly changing times, we all have so many different things on our mind, so it's more important than ever for you to be here. We're here to talk about steward ownership. And when we talk about steward ownership, we talk about a concrete entrepreneurial and legal model for so many of your companies. But at the same time, we also talk about changing the interplay between money and power, about challenging the common notion of corporate ownership, and about the possibility of a different form of entrepreneurship and business. And this discussion around corporate ownership is getting more relevant and more popular today. Newspapers all over the world are talking about freeing Ben & Jerry's from Unilever. Experts are grappling with the question of what's the most appropriate ownership structure for artificial intelligence companies like OpenAI that are changing all of our lives. Companies like Patagonia transitioning into steward ownership inspire thousands of entrepreneurs to look into the model for themselves. Novo Nordisk, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world and one of the long-standing frontrunners of steward ownership, keeps on shaping the market with their innovation. And even one of the most prestigious fashion brands in the world, Armani, is considering steward ownership for their own succession model. Isn't this amazing? I think it's so great that we're here. There's really a vibrant and active discussion going on around corporate ownership, and steward ownership is gaining in popularity every day. And this is great, but it also brings a lot of potential for misunderstandings, for the dilution of the concept. And this is why it's so important to connect again and again to the core ideas and stories behind the model. And this is what we're here for. Today is all about steward ownership in practice and the potential it holds for people, planet, and society. The morning of the conference, we're going to start with a full morning of the question, why does ownership matter for companies, for its stakeholders? And what does it need for companies to bring steward ownership to life? The afternoon of the conference will be revolving around the bigger picture of our economy and society and the role that ownership and steward ownership plays in that. In between, we have workshops to dive in deeper, ask your questions, and connect with each other. There's a lot of room for connections, for getting to know each other and tell your stories. Because steward ownership needs people bringing it to life. It lives from you as individuals. And many of you bring it to life every day by transitioning your companies in it, living the model, investing in it, researching it, supporting it in any way. So we have all these different perspectives in the room, and we are really happy about that, to kind of get the different angles from steward ownership here. We know that some of you are just getting to know the model of steward ownership, while others might have been working with it for years or even decades. And we have a lot of different cultural and regional backgrounds in the room. So let's get started to get kind of a grasp of who's in the room to get to know each other. In a second, I'd like to ask you to stand up when I call the region that you are coming from and give us a short wave. So, who is joining us here from Berlin? Woo! Thanks to everyone from Berlin for having us here. I'm also not from here. Who is joining us from Germany but outside of Berlin? Oh, so many people. Awesome. And I know that so many of you travel from all over Europe. So who is coming from another European country? Woo! And then I know that there's a select few that are actually coming from outside of Europe and have traveled really far. So please, everyone from outside of Europe standing up. Woo! We know that Berlin is really far for many people, and we know that not everyone was able to join us just due to the travel or other schedules. So thanks also to everyone joining us digitally today. Nice to have you here as well. We are looking forward to spending the whole day with you, and we really hope that you can make this conference your own, and you really can use it to make connections, ask your questions, and build relationships with each other. So please just use this event to tell your own stories, because the stories we tell literally make the world. And our world is in need of more stories about the positive power of entrepreneurship, about different forms of corporate ownership, and stories of courage and hope. So with this, I'd like to hand over to the next speaker of today. He already spoke at our very first conference in 2018, and I'm very happy to have him back on the stage and have his voice and presence here today. Professor Colin Mayer is Emeritus Professor of Management Studies at the Said Business School of the University of Oxford. He's a thought leader on future corporations and will kick off our conference, giving us a foundation around the relevance of ownership for business. Colin, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Maika, and hello, good morning, bonjour, guten Morgen. So nice to be here with you. I want to make 4 simple points. I've got 13 minutes in which to do it, so I'll spend 3 minutes a point. The first point I want to make is that business is a solution as well as the source of the problems that we all face. Secondly, the purpose of business is a key determinant of which of those business does. Thirdly, ownership is critical to the determination of the purpose of business, and steward ownership is the potential solution to ensuring that business solves our problems. The business that we know is a source of some of the most important aspects of our lives. It clothes, feeds, and houses us. It employs us, and it invests our savings. It's the source of economic prosperity and the growth of nations around the world. At the same time, it's increasingly being realized to be a source of growing environmental degradation, pollution, global warming, inequality, social exclusion, and mistrust. And the reason why it's had this very mixed record is the fuel that drives capitalism, the source of the resources of business the incentive that motivates it, profit. Without profit, there's no capital in capitalism. But we're misdiagnosing the nature of profit. Profit derives from the Latin, proficere perfectus, to advance and progress, and that is precisely where a profit should come from, advancement and progress. But too often it comes from advantage and regress. It comes at the expense of others. It's wealth transfer, not wealth creation. And to understand this, one has to understand the reason why business exists, the reason why it's created, its reason for being, namely the purpose of business. Milton Friedman, obviously 60 years ago, simply said that the reason that business exists is to make money, profit. Well, he was right to emphasize the importance of profit, but he was wrong to suggest that that is the purpose of business. It's not. It's derivative of, it comes from a successful purpose of a business. A purpose of a business is to solve problems that you and I face as individuals, societies, and the natural world. But a particular challenge that business has in doing this is it's not about philanthropy or charity. It's about hard-nosed business. It therefore has to be profitable. And that means that business has to solve problems of people and planet profitably. And in particular, not profit from causing problems for either. Or to put it simply, profit without harm. Profit without harm is the business equivalent of the Hippocratic Oath in medicine of do no harm. Business cannot possibly do no harm. It's always having to make hard trade-offs. But it shouldn't profit from imposing harm. Now, this notion of a profitable solving purpose is not about corporate social responsibility. It's not just something you do on the side. It's core to what a business does. It's the overarching framework within which its strategy lies. And furthermore, it's not simply about ESG. It's not just another risk for business, and it's not just another cost center. It's a value driver. It's a way of creating financial value for companies. Now, critical to doing this is the ownership of companies. And the reason why ownership is so important is that ownership has two components to it. The first is the financing aspect of ownership, the provision of finance to business, and the earning of a return for doing that in the form of return on capital and cash flow. And the second is in terms of its control over business. And owners therefore have rights to cash flows, and they have control rights. Now, those two aspects of ownership relate to those two components of the purpose of a business that I mentioned. First of all, about being profitable solutions, the financing aspect, the return on the capital. And the second is in terms of the problem-solving nature of earning that profit. And that's where the control comes in ensuring that the company has the resources, the investment, the assets it needs to deliver on its problem-solving, and secondly, to ensure that the company and its investors do not profit from creating problems for others, but instead from solving those problems. And that's where steward ownership comes into the story. Because what steward ownership does is to provide the basis on which one can establish the type of ownership that is required to ensure that companies can solve their problems. It needs a form of commitment to ensuring that there are the assets and the investments needed to solve those problems, and ensuring that the companies that employ those assets have the right objectives in terms of their problem-solving purposes. Now, those two elements have to sit side by side. And so frequently what one observes is a combination of ownership of companies, a sort of dual parallel system by which there are providers of capital from the capital markets, from the stock markets, or from private sources, from private capital, from families or from other types of private owners. And then alongside those are the steward owners. The steward owners who in many cases have controlling domination of a company to ensure that that financial capital is employed in the scale that's needed and also for the purpose of solving, not creating problems. Now, that duality of ownership is critically important because that is what one observes in many of the largest companies around the world. And I'm just going to end by illustrating this in relation to a particular form of steward ownership that demonstrates its real practical relevance in terms of not only solving problems, but also creating real value for us as societies, individuals, and the natural world. And that is enterprise foundations. Enterprises that have foundations as significant controlling shareholders of their companies. And one obvious example of that is clearly Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk has as its ownership, first of all, the fact that it is listed on Danish stock markets and the New York Stock Exchange, actively traded, and that is the basis on which for a period of time it became the most valuable company by stock market capitalization of any company in Europe. Those outside shareholders have 75%, as this slide shows, of the cash flows of Novo Nordisk, but only 25% of the voting rights. The voting rights, or 75% of them, reside with the Novo Nordisk Foundation. The Novo Nordisk Foundation therefore controls the business. And the Novo Nordisk, as its purpose, has the purpose that was established by its founders in perpetuity. So it is a long-term assurer of the underlying problem-solving purpose of the company. That's one example. A second example is from a family-owned company, another Danish company, Lego. There, the family has 75% of the ownership of the company and recently set up a foundation that has 25% of its ownership. Now, the important point that I want to make from these two examples is what that steward ownership has allowed those companies to do. Many of you will know that Novo Nordisk, in the process of seeking to solve diabetes around the world, stumbled across a weight-losing drug, Wegovy, which became a blockbuster that propelled it to being the most valuable company by stock market capitalization. But then It was subject to competition, in particularly from Lilly in the US, from other pharmaceutical companies developing similar products, and its stock market capitalization plummeted by more than 50%. Now, most companies whose stock market capitalization plummets by that amount would be subject to a hostile takeover bid, a hedge fund activist within a short space of time, which would deflect it from its purpose. Instead, that has not happened to Novo Nordisk because of the foundation control, and Novo Nordisk has been able to pursue its objectives and to develop new forms of the weight-losing drug that are beginning to reestablish its position. Lego, as a second example, produces these beautiful little bricks that we all love. The only one problem with them is they're made of plastic. And that is a dead product, and Lego knows it, and it's investing huge amounts in terms of finding ways of substituting or improving the environmental nature of its product. And that is extremely hard to do because of the small and delicate and strong nature of each of those bricks. Now again, the presence of a steward owner allows it to focus on that objective and invest to the extent that's necessary to solve that problem. So, to sum up, what I'm saying is that ownership matters for purpose, purpose matters for us, and steward ownership is the way to ensure that what matters for us is delivered to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin, for your inspiring words and all the energy you bring. I think it brings a lot of energy in the room and gives us a really good foundation for the rest of the day. So let's zoom in even deeper into steward ownership and look at the worldview behind it. Let's look at ownership as a mirror of our relationship to the world. And who better to do that than Armin Steuernagel? Many of you know him. He has set up several companies himself and transitioned them into steward ownership. And for the past 10 years has been working as founder of Purpose and the Foundation for Steward Ownership to support steward ownership in the world. Armin, the stage is yours.
Good morning together, and Colin, I really love listening to you. It's always such a joy. I want to continue to talk about ownership, what is the prize at this conference. I want to ask a question often asked. What is ownership? Well, we have a clear answer, right? Ownership is a bundle of rights, the right to use something, etc. But when listening to Colin, and also in the last weeks, I was thinking about this and was asking myself, is ownership also maybe just a mirror of the relation we have to our company? Maybe even a mirror of how we relate to the world? So is the concept of ownership somehow embodying the essence of our world relationship? It gets a bit philosophical here. I hope you allow me this, please excuse. But if we understand ownership, as it's commonly understood today, as domination over an object, the right to use it, to take the fruits out, etc., this presupposes that we perceive the world out there as not myself. If the world is if I am the world, ownership somehow doesn't make sense. So to say it a bit more philosophically, what we need in our consciousness is a subject-object split in order to be able to think about ownership, right? And Of course, the Enlightenment 200 years ago debated this a lot, but if we follow the great philosophers Karl Jasper and Charles Taylor, we can trace back this kind of concept of the subject-object split to a period much, much earlier in human history, around 800 to 200 years before Christ. They call this period the axial age, die Achsenzeit, because after this time and before this time, the way we related to the world was radically different. Before that, humans experienced themselves as really, inseparably bound and embedded in a cosmic order. The world was, alive, mythical, even divine, not an object in that sense, and therefore it was also not ownable. To be an owner in that time maybe meant, to be a fiduciary of the pharaoh, of God, a manager, a steward. And now in the axial age, for the first time in human history, religious founders and philosophers arose like Confucius, Buddha, Socrates, the philosophers and, the prophets in Israel. They investigated, now all of them, suddenly the inner part of us, our inner world. And they started to distinguish between world and I. I'm not the world. The world is not me. The God is not in the world. Somehow the divine withdrew from the world and became transcendent. To a certain sense, you could say we were thrown out of paradise, right? And the great philosopher Taylor, who I mentioned, he calls this, I think it's a really nice expression, the great disembedding. So what is the philosophy, what is the kind of relationship of this disembedding? You all know it. Back then, exactly in that time, the Old Testament was written, and it says, subdue the earth. Mach dir die Erde untertan. A new relation, completely new relation to the world than before. What's the mirror in ownership? It is exactly in that time as well that the Romans codify the first time an individual exclusive legally ownership right. The world becomes an object, subduable, ownable. Now, fast forward 2,000 years, we have extensively cultivated that kind of split, right? This kind of split between ourselves and the world. We have created societies, machines that give us the ability to control the outer world more than ever and better than ever. To speak with the sociologist Hartmut Rosa, we have made the world available to us. Now, paradoxically, this appropriation of the world, despite this kind of appropriation of the world, or maybe even because of it, the world seems to grow alien to us. We start to destroy it. We live in great cities, physically closer to each other than ever, surrounded by more people than ever, and yet we feel lonelier. We think we know more than nature than ever, and still we increasingly alienated from it, destroying it. We make corporate ownership, we commodify corporate ownership. We make it available to many people through anonymous stock markets, pension funds, and still fewer people feel ownership, leading to enormous, for example, the succession crisis. We have more owners in that sense, but less ownership. Hartmut Rosa says about this could be described as a withdrawal from the world or an alienation. I ask myself, maybe, what does it mean? Is it maybe that this kind of axial shift, this split that we experienced as humanity, that this kind of shift isn't complete? Maybe it was a good step to, make a split, get rid of this connection to the world, to find ourselves. But now the question is, how do we re-find the world? If we heard the cello, if one cello string is played, the other one automatically resonates, vibrates, if it's the same string. So if we are connected to the world, we must be able to resonate with the world. And that's exactly the answer by Hartmut Rosa, resonance. How can this be done? He says, well, we must allow ourselves to be touched by the world, to be really transformed, and then respond and assume responsibility. So responsibility through resonance with the world. This could be really a new re-embedding without regression, as Taylor puts it. Now, the kind of ownership now that would mirror this new relationship would likely be described less as an commodified or ownership, a right to use, but probably something more like a caring relationship. A relational, resonant ownership. And I think it would take into account two principles. You can think about whether you agree or not. I think the first principle of such a resonant ownership would be that the kind of responsiveness and resonance of stewards, this requires proximity. A distant and absent owner can't be touched by the world, can't be transformed, can't take responsibility. So it's the principle of proximity or self-determination. And the second principle, maybe in such a world resonating ownership form, it would embrace the unavailability, for example, by decommodification, and thereby freeing our gaze for the problems of the world, for the touching points in the world. It would maybe create a new driver in us, a new motivating force. Not the ego that is capsuled and alienated from the world and just wants to do something for itself, but a resonance with the world, a world that motivates us. We could also say it's a form of meaning, a form of purpose, so the purpose principle. So a more resonant relationship to the world, I think, creates new insights, new knowledge, a foundation for free action. It enables us to act in the spirit of the world without being compelled by laws, by profit pressure, by impact targets, but because we are in genuine relationship to the world. In that sense, I wish us all a day full of resonance. Thank you.
Thank you, Armin, for taking that dive into the philosophical level and maybe giving us all kind of a new way to look at steward ownership, a new way of looking at our relationship to the world. I found it really inspiring. But steward ownership becomes most tangible when we actually hear from those who actually do it, the steward owners and the entrepreneurs behind it. The company went through media as one of the largest startup investment cases in steward ownership in Germany ever. Haferkarte raised last year, they raised close to 6 million euros for their transition to steward ownership and to continue growing. And I have one of the founders here with me today. I'm happy to welcome Leandro Burgueta. He's a co-founder and CEO of Haferkarte, a startup specializing in the preparation and sale of fresh porridge, primarily in train stations, so many of you might have passed a store of them on the way. And after Leandro's input, there will be time for your questions, so start thinking of them. Fine. Leandro, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leandro, and I'm one of the founders of Haferkata. And I'm today here to share you the founder's viewpoint of building a company, getting first investors in at some point, and later on shifting to steward ownership. How did it start? It started not far away from here. We're in the same neighborhood here where we opened our first coffee shop in Berlin-Friedrichshain 11 years ago. And this was our first shop that we opened. And we had this idea to say, why are there no other options than bakery products when you go on your way to work? And so we thought, why don't we eat porridge at home? We know a lot of friends eating porridge, so why don't we sell porridge as a takeaway food? So we grind the oat freshly, we cook it with water and salt, and then we put different toppings, fruits, nuts, berries. And we had this idea, and from the beginning we saw that we could make something big out of it, opening different shops all over Germany. And we also had this dream that I think most founders have when they open a business to make things better. We're dreaming about being a better company, about being more sustainable than other companies, about being better owners than other companies. We were forgetting that for that we needed customers, actually. So we opened the shop, and we didn't have so many customers at the beginning, maybe 20, and we were open from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. So it was really a tough time. But the feedback was wonderful about the product. They loved it. So we got 40 customers, or sometimes 80, 100. But at some point we realized that in order to make it better, we had to be at another place where more people are actually going to work, in train stations. So we had the chance 1.5 years later to open a pop-up shop at Berlin Central Station. It was like not even secured. You could even just grab in on the evening, but nobody stole our coffee machine, so everything was great. And we opened it, and after opening it, on the first hour, we realized how amazing this idea is for train stations. We were not talking anymore about 20, 40, 80 customers a day, but about 500 or 600 customers a day. And we realized, this is a moment I think a lot of people have when they think they have a great idea. We realized that what we were doing was actually a business that could make 100 of millions of euros of turnover a year, as there are a lot of train stations where we could open shops. We were not the only ones to realize that. After some times, a customer came by, she gave us her business card, she was wonderful, and she said, I would love to invest in the company. And we really needed some money to open your shops. It's really expensive to open a shop in a train station. And so we had some talks, and at some point we decided to sell them 20% of the shares of the company, and we got 400,000 euros for that at this time. Just for pop-up shops, it was a great deal for us. We were really happy about it. And we thought we still have 80%, right? So what can happen with the company? We can still control, we can still look that everything is going great, that we still decide about how things are going in the company. So we were confident and started expanding. Today we have 30 shops all over Germany, the biggest train station, in airports, we have Paris and pop-up in Vienna. And at that time we keep going, expanding, opening new shops, and it was right. What worked at Berlin Central Station also worked in other cities. It was same model, same competitors, it worked. So we were getting more business people understanding the rules about getting investors, reporting, all these things, financing. And at the same time, we started to have a bad feeling about something because of a lot of people we started the way with when we opened our shop in Berlin-Friedrichshain. Were either bankrupt at some point, it's a startup, it happens, or they were bought by bigger companies, and we saw that the values they had were slowly getting lost. There were not a lot of people around, of startups around us anymore that still were owned by the founders, mostly were sold off at some point, and we were wondering, where is it going, actually? Where are we heading with the way? Are we going to end as one other shop bought by bigger companies and selling products that we don't believe in? But we thought, it's all right, we still have 80% of the shares, right? So what can happen? We're still in control, and everything was great, actually, until the crisis came. 2020, we had to close all of our shops from one day to another. We still had to pay high rents, no turnover, no money coming in, and it was disastrous for all the food business and for a lot of other business and people in Germany and all over the world, of course. And then it was a moment where we realized that from one moment to another, something you think can be sure can just shift. I'm in charge of financing and investors' relations in the company. So I try to walk around, say, now it's the moment to invest in the company and to expand, because all the ones cannot expand. But it was a really difficult time. It was really a lot of pressure. It was terrible for us as founders, for my co-founders, Anna, Levin, and I. And to be honest, at this point, if anyone would have come to give us nothing, just to take off the debt, take off the pressure, we would just have given him the company. And at this point, we realized maybe we are not enough as founders to protect the companies, because it can always happen that something in life makes you change your decisions. So we went to our investors. We had to sell. We had 35% shares we already had sold to get through the crisis, and told them, actually, we don't want to sell the company. We don't want to make an exit. We don't want at some point of our life to walk past one of our shops and discover that all the product has been changed to have a higher margin for the shareholder and to be ashamed of what we did. We just don't want that. So we had a great relationship with them before. They understood that we were serious about it, because since the beginning we had highest idea, and they probably thought at some point they can't forget it and just sell a company like all the other ones. But we were really serious about this. And they told us, okay, you have 6 months to raise a certain amount of money. At the end, it was over 5 million euros. And if you get this, we will sell you the shares back. And we made a crowd campaign on all our shops, where we were with the GLS Bank, which is supporting us. And we raised 3.5 million euros in just customers that made a loan to the company, the crowd lending model. And we were surprised that even though it's a really tough financial climate, so many people were supporting the idea. At the same time, we had purpose investors from the Purpose Foundation also, where we talked with them, that were helping us shifting it without getting voting rights on the company. And 1 year later, we actually made it. And I spent a lot of time to realize what it meant, actually, because it was just so exhausting to get through this process, to finding the people to help us get the company back to 100%, to find this way to move to a steward-ownership model. And after some time, I realized it's just an amazing feeling, because it felt like being back home. It felt like being the shop at Friedrichshain 11 years ago and dreaming about changing the things and changing the system. And it felt like being able again to dream this dream we had from the start. Thank you.
Thank you, Leandro. Thank you so much. Such an amazing journey that you guys have had, and well done.
Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for Leandro? Any question? There's one here. Can I get a microphone here? Yeah.
Hello, Leandro. I'm Lisette from Netherlands. When you told the story about selling the first 20%, Brian and I was like, uh-oh, this is really going to go wrong. So can you tell me a bit more about your relationship with investors and what helped you come through and keep them on board of your purpose?
Yes, of course. We checked the company before. It's a family office, earned in third generation in a food business, and we just first checked them before, and it sounded like they never did something bad before. They sounded like honest people. We met them, and we had a good feeling about them, and we kept this good relation, but they were stuck in the system of exits and on selling, on making money. That's the biggest problem. It's not those people, it's not us, it's the system, which was a problem. And we had to do it. It's not possible to open so many shops with a bank. They don't expand, they don't give you credits to keep on taking risk all the time. And what really helped us, and I'm going to advise for every company that is trying to shift and getting investors first, is we had an honest and good relation with them. We were already always trying to be truthful about everything, and it helped us at this time that when we looked them in the eye and told them we really don't want to sell the company, they understood it was not poker. And if the investors is losing the founders as potential partner to sell a company, then they try to see what can they save and at least get a little money instead of making the big out of it. This helped us a lot.
Any further questions? There's one over there. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can use yours, Lily. Here.
Hi, thank you, Leandro. Just picking up on the quote you have behind you,
yes.
In what direction are you moving now?
Yeah, just moving, actually. It feels like really just moving. I mean, that's what a lot of people say. It's about the way, and it's not about about the end of the road. And I'm always thinking, am I still the right person at this moment of the company to keep the company going? And for now, the answer is yes. And our big goal now is to prove that we can get huge while being Steward-Ownership, because it was belittled when we opened this small shop in Berlin. And wow, that's those guys that sell porridge in a corner. It's not going to work. Then we open one train station. It's work in Berlin, but all hipsters are living in Berlin. That's why it works. And then, okay, it's working in Cologne, and then keep on going, and we're starting to get serious. And by becoming a big brand in the business, we want to show that Steward-Ownership is even the better model to have a good food brand, because we really believe that the big problem in the food industry is that when you want to have a higher profit for the shareholders, you can only save food costs or you can save staff costs. And that's a problem because both of it doesn't end well, as we see in all over the world what's happening at the moment. So I really believe that a Steward-owned company is a better food company, but we want to prove it also through commercial and business success.
Thank you. Thank you, Leandro. Thanks. So Haferkarte is still relatively young, and its transition is still quite recent. So now we'd like to move on to a company that has already experienced some years in Steward-Ownership and is currently working to bringing it to life. Brenna Davis is CEO, board director, and best-selling author, known for transforming business into a force for regeneration. She leads Organically Grown Company, one of the largest distributors of organic food produce in the US. And it's one of the earliest companies operating under a perpetual purpose trust. Brenna will share some insights into OGC's remarkable journey to this perpetual purpose trust model, to Steward-Ownership. And they have a really special culture-aligned governance structure, so I'm very interested in that as well. And I will be getting to ask questions first, but there's room for your questions later. Brenna, can I have you join me on stage? Thanks, Brenna. It's so great to have you here. You came all the way from Oregon in the US, so thank you. And tell us a bit about yourself and the company you represent.
Sure. Yeah, I came all the way from Portland, Oregon, which is being declared a war zone by our president. But I'll tell you, the biggest war is between the kombucha shops, the drum circles, and who has the best craft beer. So I'm really happy to be here. I was interested in Steward-Ownership and kind of the business and the environment since I was very young. I used to run in the forests of the Pacific Northwest near Seattle, where I grew up, and I watched a forest getting torn down for a housing development, and since then I've been really curious about this intersection between business and the environment. And I've been on a quest to figure out why businesses make the decisions they make that harm the environment. And so since then, I've worked in 7 different industries doing sustainable business, from $20 million companies up to $200 billion multinationals, trying to decode this. And as I went along, I realized the issue really is about governance. I had thought, maybe it's my supervisor, maybe it's the vice president, maybe it's the CEO. Nope, it's the board. So when I had the opportunity to come and lead Organically Grown Company, it was a really exciting thing for me. I've been there as a CEO for 4 years, And as you said, we're the nation's one of the first perpetual purpose trust-owned companies in the U.S. We're around $200 million. We have about 400 employees. We serve the West Coast of the U.S., delivering fresh fruits and vegetables and other products to mostly independent retailers like co-ops. And I grew up going to a co-op with my mom who wore bell-bottoms, and I remember it very well.
Very cool. Can you maybe take us a bit on OGC's ownership journey? So what led OGC to realizing that, well, maybe the ownership structure they were in didn't really fit, and what led to Steward-Ownership?
Yeah, OGC started as a co-op in 1978, and it was founded by a counterculture group in Eugene, Oregon. When you think of like hippies and earth mamas and rock and roll freaks, those were the people that founded OGC. They were all farmers, and they wanted to get together. They realized they were competing against each other at the co-ops, and so they wanted to work together to plan harvest and sort of deliver products. Since then, OGC has moved from a co-op to a C Corp to an ESOP. And where our story begins for the Perpetual Purpose Trust is that we were an ESOP, and our valuation...
Just maybe an ESOP is...
Am I going ahead?
Yeah, no, that's fine, but maybe explain... Can you just say the words? What
ESOP is an employee-owned company. And it's a form of steward ownership, as folks may know. But in the US, it's highly regulated. And you have to be valued every few years so that the stock is valued appropriately for the employees. Well, we learned having these founders that started in 1978, you can imagine our valuation years into it. And we had people that were getting into their 70s and wanting to retire, wanting to exit. They loved the mission. They didn't want to sell to a big conglomerate or a big produce company that would erode the mission. So they had to figure a way out. And we found this obscure, to us, model of ownership, which was a perpetual purpose trust, that enabled us to exit the ESOP. And it was not an easy journey, as you know.
I can imagine, yeah.
When we walked into these, looking for financing, we walked through the doors of many banks and many investors, and the door was just shut in our face because they were like, what is this model? We tried to find a trustee. We couldn't find a trustee. The deal almost didn't happen because of that. And ultimately, our vice president of finance stepped in to be the trustee for 6 months in order for it to happen. So it was really a hero's journey. And we had a lot of friends along the way, including Purpose. And so we're really grateful for that.
Yeah, really cool. So maybe if I understand it correctly, on a very basic level, OGC is now 100% owned by a perpetual purpose trust, which is quite similar to a lot of the single foundation models that we have in Europe, where 100% of the voting rights remain in that trust. But you also have investors that have no voting shares, but do receive dividends.
Yes, we financed our transition through $10 million of a loan, and then also by taking on preferred shareholders that are non-voting. And so what we have in our structure is that we're owned by a trust that exists to advance sustainable food systems. Our trust is governed by a trust protector committee that hires the board. And there's even a grievance committee, the trust enforcer, that in case there's some kind of problem where they're not, we're not meeting our purpose, they can come back in and take care of it. So it's a structure that's very solid. But the one thing about ours that's different than many others is that our stakeholders elect our trust protector committee. So it is really, democracy is still alive in Portland. And they do vote for the trust protector committee.
Yeah. So if you speak about stakeholders, what does that mean? Like, which stakeholder groups are you involving?
We have 5 stakeholder groups. It's in. Hopefully I remember them all right now.
I can help maybe.
We have investors, coworkers, community, growers, and customers that are our stakeholders. So as long as you're involved with us, you can apply to be a qualified stakeholder. We approve everyone that's involved, really. Okay. And then, you can vote.
Yeah. And how does that work? Because it's quite a diverse set of people, and I mean, they are the steward owners in a sense of organically grown company. At least they have the voting rights to then get the board together. So how do you ensure that they actually use that power they have over the company from a stewardship, from a sense of stewardship and really responsibility for the company. How does that work?
Yeah, we work really hard to engage our stakeholders. We have quarterly reports that go out to them that are unique to them about what we've been doing related to our purpose. We also have stakeholder gatherings where we bring them together to talk about our purpose. And my new thing is that I have little gifts when they vote. I'm sending them gifts. So we're finding ways to get them engaged. But our coworkers in particular are very engaged. They're the highest number of qualified stakeholders that are voting. And we also give them training, and I give kind of a presentation on the structure and help them to feel engaged. But I will tell you that we have a very low turnover in an industry that usually has a high turnover, and that's because they feel engaged. They know that they're part of it, that they understand the purpose, which is to advance sustainable food systems, which we really need in the United States. If you don't know about all the consolidation of food in the U.S., it's scary. And so this is a really important thing, and so we try to connect that every single day.
Yeah. It's really cool. I think kind of the combination of steward ownership with such a multi-stakeholder governance is quite unique. I don't think there are many companies that are doing this, and it's really cool. What does we talked a bit about in our preparation about the legal model being something that's usually in the foreground of all the discussions that you have. It's very lawyerish stuff, I think.
Yeah.
But obviously there's so much behind it. So what does it mean for OGC to be in the steward ownership structure? What does it mean for you personally, for the employees you talk to?
Yeah, well, as you know, most companies are sort of ruled by this quarterly creation of shareholder value. And in the US, you can be sued as a board if you're not creating shareholder value. B Corp solves some of that, but not all of it. And so for us, we're able to not just think quarter by quarter, we're able to think over the long-term arc of where we want to head. And that makes a lot of sense for an agricultural company, having that long view. The other thing is that we can put people first. Which is a wonderful thing, and we are always talking about on our leadership team how, is this best for coworkers? How do we help our coworkers? How do we help our growers? So we really, really think about that. The other thing is that we are really embedding sustainability and purpose into everything we do. Yeah. We have a profit waterfall. So the profit that we make first goes to pay for what we need in terms of paying off debt and for what the company needs in terms of reinvestment. Then it goes to a dividend, pays the dividend. Then 20% of those profits go directly to coworkers, and people are paid based on tenure, not on title. So I make the same bonus as someone who's been there the same amount of time. And then we have a perk dividend for shareholders. And then all the rest of the money goes out to stakeholders. And we have a committee of coworkers that decides how that works. And it goes to all those five groups receive the benefit of the profits that we make. So it really is a full circle design. It is a system, a feedback system, and it's exciting to be a part of.
Yeah, cool. So what's next for OGC? What are currently the topics that are moving you, that are on top of your mind?
There's a few things that we're thinking a lot about. First is growth. How do you grow in a way that's sustainable and isn't, I think of capitalism as sometimes this hungry ghost that just keeps eating resources. So how do we grow in a way that's sustainable? So we're thinking a lot about that, and we've expanded into Northern California recently. We've also done some vertical integration in our supply chain. So we purchased a really iconic citrus farm in California, which is a first for us, which has been exciting. The other thing is we're just keeping an eye on what's happening on the ground and the political environment that's happening in the US. It's getting harder and harder to look at some of these things when you worry about your coworkers, you worry about the folks that are harvesting the food that are in the fields, you worry about so many different things. So we're keeping in our city potentially being militarized. So all these things are kind of operating in the background for us. But I think ultimately we've been really also committed to doubling down on this model, and we helped to found the Perpetual Trust Ownership Network in the US. Now there's more than is that 140 companies, 150 companies in the US that have followed suit since we transitioned to a perpetual purpose trust, including Patagonia. So we feel really excited that we've been able to prove that we can make money and we can do this, and we have a solid balance sheet, and we have a really bright future.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely a trailblazer for the steward ownership model in the US, definitely. All right, I think we can move on maybe to some questions from the audience, if there are any. Oh yeah, I just see two in the middle here. Maybe we go with you first, if there's a microphone coming. Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Klaus, I'm from Belgium. Thanks for sharing this journey you've done, from a cooperative to a B Corp, to a ESAP, to a steward ownership. Coming myself from the cooperative movement, from a number of generations, and I know that cooperatives, they have this part on democratic governance and all that, but when you look into the management, it's been actually quite hierarchical. I would like to understand, because you talk about leadership, how has that evolved over it? Because I'm having a discussion on it, I think steward ownership has a link also how you actually manage a company and give up some of that ownership power. Coming from Belgium, we have Frederic Laloux, who has written a lot about, and I have someone here who's actually radically testing it. So I would like to understand a bit more your journey on that, on empowering your people and creating this ecosystem between your different stakeholders.
Yeah, well, one of the things I was told when I joined OGC coming out of a co-op was that we're very different. We're very collaborative. And so at OGC, the way we make decisions is really engaging coworkers sort of every step along the way. So when we developed our strategic plan, we vetted it with them. We got their input before we developed it. We sent it back to coworkers and said, do we have the right, are we on the right track? We also have coworkers on almost every committee. So we have coworkers on our nomination committee, we have coworkers on the trust protector committee, and we have coworkers on the trust enforcer committee, and we have coworkers on the board. So it is really integrated in how we approach things. It isn't the manage yourself model, which I know is also a really strong movement, but I would say it is a quite strong spirit of sort of collaboration in our company. Thank you for asking.
There's one over there as well, a question. Where are the microphones? Up here in the front.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Paul, I'm from the Netherlands. I have two quite practical questions. You said you had 5 stakeholders in your Trust Protector Committee, investors, co-workers, communities, and growers, but I missed the 5th one. You were going pretty fast.
Oh, sorry, I should have slowed down. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
that's why I'm asking.
It's my first language, I should have slowed down. So it is our investors, yes, our growers. Am I testing your note-taking? The growers. We're testing my memory. Okay, sorry. Investors, coworkers, growers, retailers, so our customers, and then our community. Yeah. Yes. All right. Okay, so everybody gets a gold star for that.
Yeah, I missed retailers, but I can easily. So the second question is, I can easily imagine how investors and also co-workers and growers and also retailers choose their representative in the board, because you can just put them together in a room and start an election or something. But how does it work for community? Who is the entity, and how do you define community in your situation?
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't have a representative board, so there isn't a seat for each of those groups. It's an overall board. They do have election rights for the Trust Protector Committee. But the way we involve each of those groups is that if you're part of the community, which is like our food bank that we give to, the organic nonprofits that we're involved in, the human rights groups that we're engaged in, someone from their organization can apply to be a representative, and they decide who that is, and then they apply, and then we approve. We just approve, pretty much. So.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Great note-taking. Thank you.
There's one more question over here in the front. Sorry, I see the people in the front better. If you have to wave a lot when you're in the back. Okay.
My name's Andre. We run a regenerative investing firm, and we believe a lot in
sharing the value and the rewards with all the co-creators. A lot, as you described, and I really resonated strongly. The one co-creator slash stakeholder that you didn't mention explicitly, I'm sure it's embedded, and I just want to understand how, is Mother Earth, the natural environment. How is that represented in those discussions?
Yeah, it's interesting. The newer perpetual purpose trusts, many of them have a seat on their board for nature. When we developed it, we didn't include that, but it is very integrated into we have a list of 10 additional purposes that we're working towards. It's purpose and principles. And in those principles is working on climate change, reducing toxicity, improving soil health. So those are all things that we measure ourselves against. And we're also, we have a sustainability person that works on that with us. We have a sustainability committee with coworkers that are working on that. And so we also report to B Corp, BIA reporting to share how we're doing for the earth and the community. So it is very integrated into what we do.
Mm-hmm. All right, last question up there. I saw someone waving very hard.
Wait,
yes.
who is that? Oh, I see them.
My name is Petra from the Netherlands as well. And we have a B Corps corporation, and I heard you mention that B Corps was not grasping it all for you. So can you explain what you miss in the B Corps way of working?
Yeah, I've been involved with B Corps for many years now. There is currently a debate about B Corp, and it's particularly around two things. One is supply chain. So B Corp at times, well, evidently, can ignore the supply chain. So you can have a great office, but your supply chain is destroying the rainforest, and totally cool. And then the other piece about it is say you were a benefit corp, and you had two offers from a company that wanted to buy you. One was an offer that was maybe slightly higher and was a company that was going to do what they did with Ben & Jerry's, buy your company, extract value from it, reduce the ingredient standards, keep the halo, and just say it's all great, and mute the owners. And in that case, you have to consider the stakeholders. You don't have to necessarily put them ahead of in your decision. So your decision doesn't have necessarily be what's best for them. And so that's really been the big rub, is that although it's great and there have been a lot of good things coming out of B Corp, you just have to consider. But in our case, we're a perpetual purpose trust, and so we have to actually deliver on our purpose on a regular basis, and it's what we have to do.
Yeah. Great, Brenna, thank you so much. Thanks all of you for your questions as well.
Thank you, great to see you.
Great to see you too. We saw that both in the cases of Hafakata and OGC, finding aligned financing was an integral part of making steward ownership come to life, making it even possible in the companies. Because rethinking corporate ownership also means rethinking financing. We know that many of you are also struggling with the question of how do I fund this thing now when I'm moving into steward ownership? And that's why I'm really excited for our next two keynotes. Camille Cannon has been deep in this work around innovative investing for years. First, as a co-founder of Purpose US, bringing the work that Purpose is doing here into the US and helping steward-owned companies finding aligned financing. Today, she is entrepreneur in residence with Jonathan Soros Family Office and exploring how money and power can be used differently. She's here to share about a different quality of financing, and I'm very excited to hear from her. Camille, the stage is yours. Good luck.
Wow. Thank you all so much for being here. This is a little bit of a homecoming for me. As Micah mentioned, I co-founded Purpose in the US in 2018, and that fall was the first year that we hosted an international conference, which is this conference. And it is just amazing how much this movement has grown since then. It's spread globally. It has inspired founders and business owners and entrepreneurs. And yeah, it's just personally amazing, and I'm so proud to have contributed to it, and really, really grateful to all of you for the role that you play. Now that I've talked about how great it is, let's talk about what's hard about it. The thing that it has been and remains the stickiest and most challenging part of this work is scaling the quality of capital needed to meet the global demand from founders and business owners. So why is that? Why is it hard? Well, it turns out changing capitalism is difficult, not only mechanically and legally, but also philosophically. Our current capital system is values agnostic. It tells us the only thing that you care about is money. And it ascribes a really, really narrow value set to all of our goals and desires and beliefs, right? The more money you make, the happier you're going to be. Now, obviously, every single one of us in this room, every single day of our lives, makes decisions that are driven by more than the desire to have financial returns. We pick jobs for purpose, we support causes we believe in, we are all making the trade-offs between time and money and meaning and comfort. But the current system doesn't reflect that in any way. The most powerful system in the world doesn't reflect your values. It doesn't even allow your values to be reflected. And in doing so, it denies us a freedom to express those values through money. Okay, so I've spent 8 years trying to figure this out, first from the perspective of purpose and how do we build corporations that are more reflective of our values, and now I'm working at it from the angle of asset holders. The question that really drives me at the moment is how do we best leverage private power to benefit the public good? We live in historically unprecedented times of wealth and power concentration, and the pathways available to people who have enormous amounts of value, of assets, of power, they don't allow them to reflect their values. I'm going to talk about a bunch of experiments that we are running, and really I would like this to be an invitation. I don't have all the answers to this, none of us do, but what I have come to believe in this is that, look, we know how to do individual investments into companies. Many companies that are structured in steward-owned ways with aligned financing are present in this room. Achim's going to get on stage after me. He's going to talk about what aligned financing means. What we need are experiments for scaling capital. We need more experimentation into individual deals, but we need experiments into how do we scale capital aggregators, and how do we build networks of investors who are really aligned with this vision of the future and desire to express their values in how they move their money. What I would like to see, if I had a paintbrush and could paint what happens next on this journey, is that we figure out what the financial technologies are that are necessary to allow pluralistic value expressions to exist in financial products. And that's what I'm working on. I really wish I did speaker cards now. I would like everyone to know that. So steward ownership has obviously been critical to my thinking. It demonstrates what it looks like to leave financial value on the table and allow it to be reinvested in what Colin talked about as a corporate purpose that generates real value in the world. And that, for me, is the DNA of the experiments that I am now trying to run. So how are we experimenting? Basically, we're developing a set of different kind of investment structures, all of which allow companies at various stages to retain value inside of their companies, investors take a cap return, and redirect that value towards whatever the core expertise of the company is. This is obviously different from impact investing. Impact investing says we really care about the what of the company. We care about clean energy, we care about affordable housing, we care about social services. I care less about the what of the company. I think every business in this room has the capacity to drive public good, and how to make that possible really comes down to the how of investments, the how of financing, and the how of governance. So what we're trying to do is create a new paradigm that sits somewhere between philanthropy and private enterprise, where we benefit from enterprise's ability to scale and aggregate capital and compete in the market with the upside of philanthropy. And this is based on two assumptions, just to be really clear. One is that enterprises are a powerful driver for impact. The conventional system of capital basically says, look, go make a bunch of money in the market and then use NGOs, use governments, use nonprofits to drive social impact or environmental impact. But the reality is it's not working out super great for us, and we need to leverage the competitive advantage that enterprise often have, and we need to allow them to reinvest in what their core purpose is. The second assumption is that there are a lot of high net worth individuals in the world who want new ways to express their values and how they deploy their capital and power, that they believe and feel currently hindered by the existing system and want alternatives. So I'm going to talk for a minute about what we're building from an experimentation perspective. And again, I say it because I want you all to come up to me afterwards and be like, hey, I want to work with you on that, and that would make me personally really happy. So part one is that we are deploying capital into enterprise. Most of them are startups. The goal there is really just to experiment with legal structures and terms. The second thing that we are doing is that we are co-investing alongside conventional funds. And the experiment that we're running there is, can we have different value systems and dual governance operating within the same businesses? The third thing that we are doing is we are building networks of high net worth individuals who are like, I want to try something new in the world. These aren't just theoretical models. We are working on these things in practice. I believe really strongly that we are at an inflection point with this work. The steward-ownership movement, the fact that 7 years later we're here, the room is bigger, it really feels more cozy and like knit together than it did 7 years ago, is evidence that the demand is there. And so it's about ownership, and it's about like, can we create new capital frameworks to allow resources to flow and meet that demand going forward? And so this is a really genuine, heartfelt invitation, an invitation to investors to think about return profiles differently, an invitation to founders and business owners to keep experimenting and pioneering new models, a really warm, heartfelt invitation to lawyers and advisors who really want to be creative and innovative, and an invitation, but really like an ongoing commitment to the movement of people who are in this room who carry this vision and are creating this future. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you for bringing the necessity for a different quality of capital on the stage, and particularly for all your contributions to moving the field of aligned investments. Let's dive even a bit deeper into what a new quality of financing means for steward-owned businesses. And that's why I'm very happy to welcome our next speaker on the stage. Achim Hensen is co-founder of Purpose and has 10 years of experience consulting and investing in steward-owned businesses, building radically different funds and fund structures, so definitely an expert on this topic. Achim, the stage is yours.
Ten years ago, I stood in a town hall meeting of a company that I had been working for quite a while. In front of me, people I had never seen before, and they told me, "You're part of the family now." What a very cynical way to describe what just happened. But what did happen? To say it with Armin's words earlier, I experienced a moment of true commodification. My work, my relationship, I would say my love for that company I worked for, just became an object of speculation and profit maximization. And that was a truly sad moment for me. But it was also the moment without which I wouldn't be standing here today. So thank you, I guess. Not sure. I would like to talk about two things today. First, our experiences and learnings of investing in steward-owned companies. And secondly, I want to explore a rather difficult space. Could it be that the actual challenge of steward ownership aligned finance goes far beyond technical questions and taps deep into more cultural aspects, maybe psychological aspects? When we started Purpose 10 years ago, a question was guiding us. The question was, how do healthy and sustainable ownership structures look like? And we found steward ownership, and we fell in love with it, as you guys know. But shortly after, another question popped up, another challenge that we had to face. And that was the question, how can you finance steward-owned companies? How can you invest in companies without making them an object for speculation, without profit maximization? We started Purpose Ventures and Purpose Evergreen Capital to face that question. Two investment funds to explore what is possible and to find out the details of how it works. Combined, the two funds, within the two funds, we are responsible for 45 million euros, and we have invested in over 40 steward-owned companies by now. From early-stage companies like White Plastic to Series A investments like ShareTribe or Haferkata, or later-stage transitions like you heard, OGC or Birdsong Tee, and many, many more. We wanted to find out if there is a market for this. And I would say yes. Many of you investees are in the room today. How large is it? We'll find out. We wanted to find out how to structure the investments, how to structure the deal terms. And I would say we did. You can find all the resources online. You can find the deal terms. You can find the contracts and all the beautiful case studies. We wanted to explore if co-investors would come on board as LPs or just co-invest alongside us. And I would say you did. And it was a blast with many of you. We also wanted to prove that this can be competitive to venture capital and competitive to private equity. I would say we haven't yet. We don't have the data yet, but I do think that we see enough signals that this can be successful enough to create a capital layer, maybe an asset class, a quality of capital that truly serves steward-owned companies. All this work would have not been possible without donors and investors who truly, truly trusted us and gave a lot of trust into our work. And it would also not have been possible without the entrepreneurs out there who, while they faced all the challenges of their daily business, at the same time went completely into uncharted waters with us and explored this. So I want to ask you for an applause for all those donors, investors, and entrepreneurs who did that with us. Without you, we couldn't have done that. Some of the thinking nowadays that we have, we didn't have 10 years ago. We kind of just started, and while we did it, we learned, we thought, we discussed, and we conceptualized. And one of those conceptualizations and definitions is what we nowadays call the principles of steward ownership aligned investment. And the thinking about that is as I want to share now. This is our definition at the moment. How do you invest in steward-owned companies? I'll read that because I want to be precise here. In steward ownership aligned financing, the quality of the investment and the relationship with the company are designed in such a way that investors become financing partners of the company while preserving the company's entrepreneurial autonomy first and refraining from commodifying the company as a whole. The relationship between the financing partner and the company is defined in a way that the entrepreneurial control can never be overtaken, it can never be bought. And the economic claims of the investors are being limited in terms of duration, amount, or influence. And in order to put this definition into real life, you have to make adjustments, alignments, and twists to carry it out into your investment structure. And this leaves ample room for many, many shades of gray. We've already heard about Novo Nordisk, that was mentioned to me once as the best-kept secret of capitalism, because they enshrine their self-determination in a foundation. At the same time, they have the shares on the stock markets. But it also leaves room for companies like Bosch, who finance themselves through corporate bonds, or ShareTribe, with a fixed multiple cap, or companies like Wild, who created a future profit partnership agreement in the form of participation rights, or Hafakata, who we heard. They finance themselves through crowdfunding and redeemable equity. All of these models make sure that the capital serves purpose and that people can intentionally take stewardship. That is what is important about it. I could keep talking about the beauty of steward ownership aligned finance and how easy it is. It can be, really can be. But I want to, as I mentioned at the beginning, turn to the more difficult side of that as well and give words to the more difficult side. Since I started working in this field, I wondered, what is so damn hard about it? Why does it seem such a daunting task sometimes to move capital towards those companies? And I think the part of the answer might be that steward ownership, and especially steward ownership aligned finance, just implies an attempt to a very, very old kind of question. That is, what happens when money stops serving and starts ruling? In the preparation for this talk, I looked at a guy called Georg Simmel, and he wrote The Philosophy of Money. And he describes money as the purest form of abstraction and quantification. Money can enable freedom, yet at the same time, it can easily lead to alienation and a certain flattening. Everything becomes measurable, interchangeable, and the endless dynamic of ever more. Availability is prioritized above all, and almost everything is turned into an object, like the company I worked for. And if this isn't enough of a challenge for you, money can also be something that kind of hides our deepest shadows. Our psychological, emotional issues can manifest into how you relate to money. Guilt, shame, scarcity, all of that can be reflected in how you relate to money. So the task is, I think, next to the technical questions, to have a conscious relationship with money, one that preserves cultural depth and personal meaning and rejects this pull of objectification. Max Weber warned us of a similar danger. He said that capitalism's drive for efficiency and profit could trap us in what he calls an iron cage, a system so rationalized that freedom and purpose have no room to breathe. But steward ownership is our attempt to loosen those bars. It is an act that brings freedom and meaning into the economic life. And it is exactly that freedom, that emancipation, that fascinates me most about steward ownership. It is the freedom of people like Juho Makkonen, who is here tonight, who says, sorry, my company is not for sale. It is the freedom of people like Ernst Abbe, who followed his moral intuition and founded the Zeiss Foundation. It is the freedom of people like Yvonne Chouinard, who decouples the family wealth from Patagonia. And it is the freedom of people like Christian from Ecosia, who says, I'll use all my profits to plant trees. So I think within this opening of Weber's iron cage lies that freedom. And it is a freedom to act and to start. So regardless of how daunting this task is, I want to end on why I'm optimistic about steward ownership and steward ownership-aligned finance. I want to build on what Charles Conn of Patagonia said at our last conference. The market and the future is just going to solve this. Those companies, the companies that are purpose-led and purpose-driven, those are the ones that are going to be more successful. People want to work in those companies. People want to invest in those companies. People want to start those companies. And a latest nationwide survey in Germany might prove him right. 44% of founders in Germany just said that they want to remain majority owners of their companies. Only 20% said that they ever want to IPO. Or, to put it with another saying, Albert Wenger once said at our conferences, VC is a very strong hammer, but not every company wants to be a nail. I think reclaiming this relationship between investors and companies has so much potential for stewardship. If we, to build on what Armin said, let ourselves be touched, be in resonance, and dare to answer the question, what is enough for us individually, we can make capital fit for purpose. But we cannot do that without challenging what some perceive as the corporate laws of physics. But there are no corporate laws of physics. There are no natural laws. It is all decisions that we make. When Patagonia made the move to steward ownership, my whole LinkedIn page was full with investors who said how great this is, how this is the future of business. And I wondered, how much of that capital of those investors actually helps the next Patagonia today to emerge? And I think much of that capital today does not only not help the next Patagonia, but hinders the next Patagonia to emerge. And I think we can do more. And I'm optimistic that we will do more because of the people in this room and the people I've met over the last 10 years. I think we can flee this iron cage, and I think instead of growing ever more monoculture of companies, we can create a diverse garden of beautiful, different forms of companies that are purpose-driven and beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achim. I think we've come so far in the field of financing, but there's also still quite a lot to do. Before we take a short break, and I move on to, before we take a short break, I have some housekeeping things, and we want to take a picture of you. That's why the light turned on. So if I could ask, where is she? Yeah, here. To come up. Thank you. All right, everyone, could we get a big wave for the camera? And yes. Woo! Steward ownership! You right? More? No, we're good. Okay. Oh, from the side. Okay, once more. Woohoo! Thank you. We used that picture a lot from the last conferences, so we want to do that again, even if it's a bit weird. All right. We now take a shortened break because we had to start a bit late. We take a 20-minute break. And yes, just some housekeeping things. It will move on to workshops now. So at 11:45, a quarter to 12, we will start with the workshops to dive in deep into the ones you have registered for. Then we have a lunch break, and then afterwards it's workshops again, and then we reconvene here at 4:15. Please only go to the workshops you've registered for, and if you haven't registered, please go to the info desk. We do have some spots left, but not too many, and we can't get you into the workshops that are filled up. For the afternoon session, if you do not speak German, you will need headsets for translation. So pick up a headset. On the top it's only 40 minutes of German, but you will need a headset. All right, if you're looking for things to do, we have an art exhibition. You will see all the signs, go there. And if you need anything, we're at the info desk and we have those badges. All right, enjoy your break. everybody. Welcome back. I know you're all still in the process of getting settled down, and you have so many conversations that you want to continue and you want to start and get to know each other, and so many impressions. I hope you had a great lunch. I hope you had really great workshops and a lot of great conversations. And I would like to invite you to kind of reconnect to the main stage program, reconnect to the topic of why we are all here, by taking one quick moment to check in with yourself and reflect on the day so far. And I will do this with the gong, and I will end it as well with the gong. All right. Okay, welcome back. If maybe we are a bit more settled now. I'd like you to turn around to someone, preferably maybe you don't know or haven't talked to that much, and have a very quick share back. Kind of what was the one thing that stuck with you, inspired you, the one thing you just thought about maybe, for 1 minute, so we don't have a lot of time. Don't get talking, just the one thing. All right, go share. Okay. All right, thanks. We will have a lot of time to continue these gong, gong, gong. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you very much for the great idea. We have a lot of time to continue those conversations. All right, let's reconnect to the program here. This morning, we explored why ownership matters. Why it doesn't matter for companies, for the stakeholders of companies, and we looked at what it takes to bring steward ownership to life. But ownership isn't only relevant on the level of individuals or individual companies, but it also has societal implications. So this afternoon, we want to look at steward ownership and the role of ownership in the bigger picture, system structure, and future potential. And for the following panel, I'm happy to hand the moderation over to my colleague Charlotte Horder. Charlotte has been working in the field of regenerative business for years and has supported us extensively for this conference, so thank you very much. And I'm happy that you are going to moderate this. Thank you, Charlotte.
Hello. We'll just get nestled in here. Catherine. Yep, you go. All right. How are you all doing? Yeah. So I'm just going to let you know, this is my first Steward-Ownership conference, and it's pretty special, right? Some of you have been here before. It's my first time. Lots of others of you are here for the first time. But it really is quite incredible to witness what is happening here today with all of you. And I think the reason is, we heard this as well earlier, taking the path less trodden isn't easy. It takes curiosity, and it takes energy, a lot of energy, and it takes courage. And here we are, here you are, 500 people more or less, and you're taking time to really give deep thought to what businesses are here to do and what purpose they play in our societies. And that is very, very inspiring. So this panel we come on to is titled Building Resilience and Innovation in an Age of Concentration. And we're going to take a deep dive and have a look at in fact, a step back and look at the big picture of this very interwoven world that we live in and see what is the status quo of business today, and at a time where we are seeing real economic concentration, which brings with it certain threats, if we name it directly. And we want to then also look at what the alternative ownership models have as a role to play, and in fact bringing about ways of creating more resilience, creating long-term thinking that leads to innovation, healthy working environments that we can really feel proud of. And I think that's something else that's really struck me, is the conversations that we're having are about business with feelings and with emotions. And of course, that's where our values sit. They sit in the connection to these deeper feelings. And we're going to have a conversation with 4 absolutely wonderful people who have, I think, a great ability for this deep thinking. So I will introduce you, and this is a short introduction and by no means does justice to all of the fantastic work that you have been doing across your careers so far. First off, we have Catherine Bracey. She is the CEO and founder of Tech Equity, and she's the author of the book World Eaters: How Venture Capital is Cannibalizing the Economy. The book's at the front. I don't know, some lucky people might have got a copy already. And in this book, she examines the concentration of corporate power with a particular lens on the tech sector and how this shapes inequality and our civic life. Then we have Juho Makkonen. He is the co-founder of ShareTribe, a steward-owned company that builds software to help founders create online marketplaces. And ShareTribe always set out from the word go with a vision and a mission to democratize platform ownership and really empower non-technical founders, of which there's quite a few of us, who are often bootstrapping to follow their dreams and launch their own marketplaces. Then we have Pauline van Keulen. She is the organizational lead of Voice, a Dutch business communication provider operating here in Europe and South Africa. And she brings first-hand experience of leading this transition into steward ownership in what for Voice was a story of succession. And last but not least, we have Dr. Professor Nyanha Sher. He is a professor at Harvard Business School and leading the course titled Leadership, Ethics, and Corporate Accountability, and is also the co-founder of the Ownership Project, which some of you might have heard a little bit about before in one of the workshops. And the ownership project investigates how multi-stakeholder approaches and different ownership models influence corporate purpose, and that in turn influences our economies and our society. So let's hear from you. We want to know what lens you view ownership and the role that it plays in the wider economy. And I think we'll come first to you, Nhan Ha. You have obviously done real deep research into the field of purpose and responsibility of business. And you initiated the Ownership Project as a result last year. So tell us, why ownership?
No, it's a great question. We get it a lot. I think one way to motivate the idea of ownership in the business school context is to talk about how, I think in the business school discussion, we've sort of reached the end in terms of talking about stakeholder theory. Because at the end of the day, stakeholder theory only gets you so far unless you actually think about how the enterprise is itself owned and structured in terms of governance and also in terms of who benefits from it. But to be honest, if I sort of really think about what motivated us starting the Ownership Project, I think it's really actually in some sense to be true to our mission and purpose as a business school. Because ownership is central to business and capitalism, and yet the kinds of structures we talk about in the context of business schools regarding ownership of capital, enterprises, resources more generally, is actually quite narrow, right? And if we are to be true to our mission as a business school, we should actually be quite critical and creative in thinking about the whole range of ways in which we can think about structuring ownership. And so for me, the Ownership Project really is in some sense trying to further the mission of the business school by getting people to think critically and creatively about how we ought to think about ownership.
Yeah, beautiful. Let's come to you next, Pauline. You have obviously, as we mentioned, led this transition for Voice quite recently. How and when, as an organizational lead group, did you realize that the ownership model of the company was actually going to be important for its continued story?
Well, I think ownership, or the concept of ownership, was always a part of the story. Voice was started 20 years ago, and it was a very conscious decision to never have investors, which is a very ownership-driven decision to not have investors on board. And Voice grew into a company that had we have a very specific thinking on how we think people should work there. We want to work on equality in the world. We have a bigger mission than just being a successful company, which feels very natural to us, but it was also based on the intrinsic motivation of the shareholders in their concept of what shareholding was. And that's both very sturdy and very fragile, because it exists with them being there. And they will not be there forever, and they were also being held prisoner in their own company. So then we needed to start thinking about ownership, which always came from their feeling of what ownership is, and we needed to pour that into a structure that emulated that feeling and that principle and that moral vision of what ownership in a company is into a structure that could exist beyond them.
Yeah, wonderful. Let's come to you next, Juho. You have, at ShareTribe, always put democracy at the heart of what you're doing, and you're doing this in your service offering with the marketplaces, but also in your business model, right? So why is ownership relevant to you as a founder, and where does your interest lie in the thinking behind, or the rethinking, let's say, of ownership and finance structures?
Yeah, so, well, we are working in this field of the so-called sharing economy. That's where we started from. Like, our concept is that we help entrepreneurs to create their own platforms, a bit like Etsy or a bit like Airbnb and a bit like Uber. And when we started, we really felt that, okay, this so-called sharing economy, this is purely a positive force for the world. Like, what could be better? Like, idle assets are being put to more efficient use, more human-faced economy, at the same way, new ways for people to make money or make the ends meet. And then at some point, we started realizing that actually there's a slew of problems that come with these giant platforms, like growing even bigger and extracting even more and more value. And we started feeling that, is this actually like a net negative impact that these platforms are having in the world. And we really started seeing that this comes down to how those platforms are owned. And it actually became our mission already before our steward ownership transition to democratize platform ownership specifically. And the word ownership there was really important because we saw that this is really the only way. We need to basically help people to vote with their feet. So if they are not happy with the rules of the giant platforms, they should just go and create their own platforms that have they own themselves and govern themselves. And that's would be the root of all that. And then the problem for us was that when we went to conferences and events and we talked to activists and we told about this mission, and they were like, okay, but what prevents you from becoming one of them? And at the time, we had a venture capital investor ourselves. We had a traditional startup structure, and there was no going around that. We didn't have a good answer to them. And we were like, oh, we are good guys. We would never do that. That just wasn't like a very credible answer. And we were really struggling with that. And we knew that, okay, we need one more financing round ourselves to get to where we want to go. And that is when we discovered steward ownership. And that really then came like, okay, this is the thing that is missing. This is the missing piece that allows us to actually make this binding promise to all the stakeholders. We won't become one of them. We won't sell out. We will all never prioritize profit making over our purpose. So that decision was the best decision we've ever made.
Oh, lovely. Yay! And I think we've learned to become a little bit skeptical of the good guys, but I know we've got a lot of good guys and gals, and many people are here in the room. So, Catherine, on to you. You obviously have written your book last year, which you definitely should read and grab a copy. You obviously had spoken to a lot of people in the research for that. How do you see the interplay between, because you really delved into the finance structures, ownership and finance?
Yeah, I came at this kind of from the other direction, which was as an advocate for technology that works for people instead of against people, and started thinking about, as I was working on these issues really on the ground, so how technology was impacting workers or affecting the housing market, things like that, and how they show up in real people's lives, and why it seemed like the tech industry was growing away from its original promise to be this democratizing force for opportunity and towards something much darker and uglier. And the forces feeling like they were so much stronger. I started asking, what was going on here, and actually, sort of embarrassingly, since I've been working on this issue for 20 plus years now, really started to understand over the last 5 how much the financial system around the tech industry is really driving the behavior on the ground, the impacts for real people. And as I was thinking about not just learning about how those structures create these incentives that entrepreneurs are forced to respond to, also thinking about what might something different look like, and that's where I found Purpose Foundation, and really started thinking about governance structures as maybe an antidote to venture capital. And I think I'm a little bit more critical of that view now. When I wrote the book, and you'll see if you picked up a copy, there's a section on OpenAI, and I sort of hold OpenAI up as an example of how you can structure a tech company, the governance structure of a tech company to protect the technology from investors, and that is in the process of being dismantled as we speak. So investors really run the show there. So, and I interviewed Sam Altman for that part of the book, and at the time he told me that he thought the governance structure was bulletproof, and there was really, they set it up to protect the technology from investors, and they thought it would be extremely difficult to dismantle. And it just goes to show how powerful the forces of capital are. And as much as I think it is promising, it's very inspiring to be in a room of people who are really trying to make this real in the world. It does speak to how much the systems really need to change in order to support the growth of alternative models.
Yeah, very good point. Okay. So we obviously mentioned at the beginning, we are in a time where our global economy, that is all very interconnected, really faces growing concentration of ownership. And we've got the likes of venture capital really dominating and shaping the startup scene, and then we've got private equity and large corporations buying up lots of independent organizations. And we want to now talk about where that path takes us. So let's have that discussion of the observations that you're seeing in your work, in the realms that you're moving in. Where is this track taking us? What is happening? And are there specific risks that you believe we need to be aware of? And I think I'll maybe come back, kind of throw the ball in your direction, if I may, Nhan Ha.
So in terms of, I don't think I need to tell people what the effects are with regard to the concentration of ownership in the corporate space. I think all of us are aware in some sense of that. I guess what I think is helpful to think a little bit about is not just the immediate impact that it has, whether it's on consumers or users of technology or communities or workers, but there's a deeper sense in which the kind of concentration we're talking about allows businesses to, in some sense, shape our future, right? Because the investment decisions that are being made by businesses and investors will shape the way the future evolves, and we've sort of seen some of that impact already. And so what we're really talking about, I think, is a question of what kind of a future do we want to have as a society and as a world, and to have that kind of input into that future, what needs to change with regard to that. So I think for me, that's kind of the question, sort of thinking about that. I mean, obviously there's immediate impact we should sort of worry about, and this isn't to say they're all bad. I mean, certainly a lot of technologies and things couldn't have been developed without, right, this degree of capital investment as well. But I think it's just to keep in mind that what's really happening is at some level, it's about shaping the future that we are going to live in, and do we all want to be part of sort of helping to direct that?
Yeah, lovely. And I mean, let's have the discussion. What's sparking with yourselves?
Yeah, at least like for us, well, I already spoke a bit about this, that what we were definitely seeing these examples in our own field. So if I take like if I name like specific examples of like what we've been seeing. So if you take something like Airbnb, so to me that is like a really good example. So where we have really like quite idealistic founders there. You know, they want to solve a problem in the world, and they were very, and this was like, what they really spoke about is that, okay, there are all these apartments out there that are half used, or they are like spare rooms, they are spare apartments, or they are spare beds, and let's just put these to better use, so we actually need to create less hotels, and we need to create less apartments, like, so idle assets to better use. And then, so that was like an original noble mission. And then when you enter lots of venture capital into the mix, what ends up happening is the current reality where actually like lots of people are being pushed into living in the suburbs because like landlords are turning their rental apartments into vacation rentals, which are actually half empty. So it's exactly opposite of the original mission. And this is a pattern that I've seen happen so many times. So, you know, the company starts from like the genuine interest by the founders to solve a problem. And then at some point, you create a structure that ends up this such powerful force that just forces you to profit, like prioritize profit, that then you, at some point, actually the purpose and profit, which you originally thought that, okay, they are in perfect harmony, just more profit we make, also bigger impact we make. And at some point, it becomes this moment where these two are in conflict. And then if you have chosen the wrong structure, in my view, then that means that you cannot make that decision. You have to choose profits. I actually heard this rumor, so there's a rumor, but this comes from a source very close to the Airbnb founders, that there was a moment where the founders actually went to the board and said, look, we want to evict the landlords, like the professional landlords from the platform. We want to bring it back to the roots. And the board said, sorry, no, this is not your company anymore. And like we're seeing like some signs of this like ourselves also, like our original investors, they were really nice people, but still they were driven by the venture capital logic, and when there was a moment where our business wasn't growing as fast as they hoped, and they said that, okay, you are focusing on this like founders and entrepreneurs who have very little money and they are, and because you could grow so much faster if you just actually start selling to large enterprises who are looking to turn their retail e-commerce operations into marketplaces. And well, today there is a big company that is a unicorn company focusing on that. So we could have been that company and we could have made a lot of money. Mm-hmm. Would we be making a positive impact in the world? Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think so. And that we were still in that position to be able to say, okay, actually, we don't want that. That is not our purpose. And I feel that this is what this is all about. You want to create a structure that always allows you to say, no, this is not the direction we are going to be taking, even if that would mean less profit for the company.
Yeah, I mean, venture capital is designed to create monopolies. The blitz scaling mentality is really toxic, and not just because of the types of companies that it enables and the harms that come, from companies like Airbnb choosing the hyperscaling path, but also because of the companies and ideas that don't get funded. And actually, that's really what my book became about. I started thinking I would write a book about, the WeWorks and the Jewels and the, FTXs of the world. And it really became a book about, founders who tried to build something that the world needed and finding that they could not get capital to build that solution, even though there was a viable business model there. And, we'll never really know how much we've lost because we didn't innovate on the financial system itself, right? We've just been, I think, venture capital. The irony of Silicon Valley is that it's a place that really rewards people who think outside the box, except when it comes to thinking about how to innovate on venture capital itself. And there's been almost no innovation on the business model of venture capital itself over the last 15 years. I think it's time. And I think this is actually maybe, for the silver lining of the moment we're living in, that there may be an opening with limited partners and governments to think through what might something else look like and how might we move capital into different types of models in a way that is much more sustainable and also, supports innovation and competition in a way that I think will be healthy for the economy going forward.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think let's jump to you. We're hearing, obviously, there about the frameworks and the models and the structures that we have are preventing really brilliant, meaningful, impactful, necessary ideas and innovations for society to come into play. But then there's also this other side of things where we look at existing businesses who are really, they've invested their life into building companies that they really feel proud of. They are based on a foundation of values, and then they need to think about continuity and succession. And I wonder...
Yeah, I think looking from that perspective, I think a lot of founders, the vast majority, start with a purpose. Whether you want to be a social enterprise or not, you start with a purpose. You have an idea, you want to solve a problem. And if you make it through your startup phase and you are a mid-sized company and you're thriving and you're doing really well and you see your dream is living and it's solving problems and it's working, then you face the fact that you won't be there forever, you won't live forever, or you don't want to be the owner of the company forever. And then that's from the perspective of Voice, then you are kind of stuck, because you are left with the option of either selling the company and then giving away everything you dreamed of and hoping that the next owner will feel the same about it, but you have no control over it anymore, or leave it to your children. In the case of Voice, both the owners were very clear that they did not want that, so that was off the table, but selling was also not an option. So we were stuck in thinking, okay, how do we then do this? And fortunately for us, there was a law in effect for a year that we were able to jump through that hoop and become steward-owned. But before that law was there, it was a continuous conversation for us for years before becoming steward-owned. We see this coming towards us, this inevitable future of the owners not being there anymore, but we don't know how to solve it. Yeah. And I think that's a big challenge also for entrepreneurs sitting here on how do I safeguard what I built without me having to be there.
Yeah.
I guess. Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I guess to your original point, Charlotte. I guess I'd want to distinguish between sort of concentration of ownership, and then also sort of the ways in which businesses are funded and owned, if that makes sense. So like venture capital, did arise to fill a certain kind of need at the time, right? So, tech entrepreneurs and scientists weren't able to get funding from regular investors at the time to be able to launch their mission. So it did serve a particular function at a moment in time. I think what we're looking at is maybe the question is, okay, so, but now that it's become sort of concentrated in a certain kind of model, that's sort of the issue, I think, if that makes sense. And so we need to think about sort of a plurality of forms. And so just sort of to say that we have to find the right kind of capital forms of investment that are needed now for a new kind of age, if that makes sense. So that's at least sort of my thought on that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that the problem with venture capital is not venture capital, it's that it has become the only option, right? And that's why I called the book World Leaders, because it has crept into all these corners of the economy that it doesn't need to be in, and chasing returns, and that has crowded out any other type of financing, and has made, I think, investors really lazy, because they can just raise a VC fund, take 2% off the top, and not have to really do anything else. The money's just been so easy to come by. So that's why I also think there's a moment now, an opportunity. I think many investors have desperately jumped on the lifeboat that is AI, but I think, in a sustainable way, like under the surface, maybe what we can do is start to think through like what are real models that could access this other type of asset class that is like really innovative, risky companies that do not have hyperscale potential, but are still really important for the economy.
Yeah. So I think, obviously, we're starting to kind of move into the direction as well now. The systems that we have brought in, these are human-made systems, right? And we, as I'm going to say species, we're pretty clever at seeing the needs of the time. I know you write about that in the book. In the 60s and the 70s, venture capital was really necessary. But the times now are different. And so we want to, I guess, shine a light on, well, what do we need now? And using these very wise minds of ours, what do we need to then open up the path to? And there are, of course, additional options. And I think it's important to make the case. This isn't about entirely out with the old and in with something absolutely different and new. These different models, they can coincide. And I think that's where the sweet spot is, right? If we are able to provide alternatives that widen our markets and bring this playing field for different types, sizes, styles of business to really come into the world and not just survive, but thrive, then surely we're on to something really, really good, right? Because the number of companies we can have in this world isn't, in fact, limited. We can bring and make space for all of the good stuff. So let's talk now about that. If we zoom back out and we say, what good bits do we want to take, and how can we strengthen our economies with these different ownership models? What are the compelling alternatives out there, and what are you excited about? And what do we think that really entrepreneurs, politicians, policymakers, economists need to be aware of to bring these new models to the forefront? And I'm seeing lots of nodding heads. Who's going to go first?
Who wants to start?
Yeah, so at least from like an entrepreneur perspective, like when I remember when I was at this incubator program when we were starting like our startup journey, and it really felt like I have to echo like Catherine, like the problem with the startup ecosystem, it really feels that there's just one way to succeed. You go big or go home. Like that is the narrative. Like you need to strive to become a unicorn. There's no really other alternative and path, and that is the definition of success is that you make an exit. And like it really took some time and thinking to realize that there are as many definitions of success as there are people. And to me, I feel that the biggest lesson, in my opinion, for entrepreneurs is that you really want to put some thought and effort in thinking about like what is your own personal definition of success. What is the thing that you want to like get out of life, and like what does it really mean for you to feel that okay, I have succeeded, and then you can design the structure of your organization around that definition. And I think that that will lead to a plurality of like structures, maybe as many structures as there are people, and that is the beauty of structures like steward ownership. That it is not just like one answer. It is not like venture capital. It is more like okay, it is a tool and model and approach that allows everybody to design their own ideal, perfect structure. And that is what speaks to me the most about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we also, across all the stakeholders you mentioned, there's also a need for a shift in perspective. Because the question I got a lot when we were transitioning to steward ownership was, oh, so you're a charity now? And so I kind of thought, well, how do people reach this conclusion? But it was, you don't have shareholders anymore, therefore you don't have anybody who cares about profit anymore, therefore you are not making profit anymore, therefore you are a charity. Which is not true. Voice is still a company that's based on profit. We sell a product, we need to be successful, so we care about making a profit. But there's this assumption in there that as long as you have shareholders who work on maximizing that profit, you're going to be a successful business. Whereas it's the other way around, a good purpose and a drive to solve that problem in a profitable way, like Colin Meyer said this morning, that's what brings the success. But because this prevailing perception is there, I think that then you also get the things that we hear a lot today. It's swimming against the current, it's the pioneers, it's the brave entrepreneurs who are taking this route. I think that's also partly because of this reigning perception. So we need to change that, and then it will also become easier to take an alternative path.
Yeah. There's a lot of appreciation for what's being said up here, so let's carry on. Who wants to come in next?
Do you have any thoughts, Catherine? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree that a lot of the solution here, the opportunities for solutions, are just a mindset shift. It's just people thinking differently, and that's actually harder than it sounds. But, you know, and I think, again, this moment, you know, the key player here are limited partners, and I think they are realizing that they're not getting out of VC what they were promised they were going to get out of VC, traditional VC. And actually, you know, I think I read recently that European VC funds have performed better and are recovering faster than Silicon Valley funds. You know, in part because they took a more reasonable approach to their investments, right? They raised smaller funds. They, were taking bets on real companies that had real fundamentals, and maybe there's a lesson in there that we can build on. But I also think about policy a lot, so I've been thinking about what governments can do, and and from the perspective of political power, and I would say, you know, the concentration of money, wealth, is not just economic power that driven by VC. It's not just economic power, it is political power, and we're seeing that very clearly in the States right now. So I think for governments who want to protect democracy, it's really important to think about how you protect a vibrant, diverse, competitive economic ecosystem so that these, you know, few handful of companies or owners don't hold all the political power. And I think there are a variety of ways that you can do that. I mean, I think it would be interesting to look at the European model for VC funds, why they have performed better than Silicon Valley over the last several years, and whether there are ways to improve on that to encourage limited partners to see different return model structures as actually an added benefit to their portfolios. Not to necessarily divest from the Sequoias of the world, but maybe put a little bit more capital into people who are doing it differently, maybe some version of revenue-based financing. It doesn't have to be, I think, similar to Pauline, what you were saying about being seen as a charity. when I describe what I'm talking about to people, they're like, "Oh, it's social impact investing," and it's not. That's not at all what I mean. And in fact, I think it's in many ways the opposite of social impact investing. But it's just looking at, realizing the actual market opportunity that companies that grow, have smaller ceilings, lower ceilings, can produce, and maximizing the potential of those companies.
Yeah, and I love the point that you make about a lot of it is a thought, a mind shift change that needs to happen, because we tend often to really think in boxes. We limit ourselves and then we create these limiting systems. So let's come as well to you with the research you've done. What excites you?
So it sounds strange, but I think what excites me is death.
I'll wait for it.
And what I mean is this, okay, so we've been talking about the need for mind shift change. We're talking about sort of, understanding your values and sort of trying to understand what kind of a firm you want. Are there different ways to sort of think about investors? But right now in the United States, small businesses, which are 500 employees or under, account for about maybe 22-23% of the GDP, but they employ half of the employees in the United States. So that's 30 million people. And half of these small businesses, there are about 3 million of them, are owned by people who are over the age of 55 and getting ready to retire. And so there'll be a huge shift at that moment, because only 15 to 30% of businesses historically have been passed on successfully to the next generation. And so one thing that my colleagues and I have been talking with people about is, we have a piece on this, is like, well, one way to be clear on your values is to ask people to think about what kind of legacy do they want to leave, right? I mean, why should it matter how people think about you after you die? You're dead, but your legacy matters, right? And so how people can think about that in terms of the continuity of the company, where it might be sold to. It's not just sort of steward ownership. There are lots of different ways you could think about it, but I think actually taking that moment to sort of think about what do you want your legacy to be, right? After you're gone, what do you want to leave behind? I actually think that might be a powerful way just to sort of kind of get us to do an individual mindset, because it is a very different way of thinking. Yeah. And so I'm half joking, but I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke about being excited about death. But I do think that is a moment to sort of try to think about that kind of mindset shift. And we are at a moment, at least in the United States and other parts of the world, my understanding is also similar here in Germany, that we're facing this big moment where there'll be a whole generational shift. And maybe with that generational shift, if we can get people to understand the other alternatives that are out there for thinking about it, that might be a way to sort of move things forward as well, in addition to the things that people have said.
Yeah. And I think, with this, as you say, the generational shift, what is to come, there's two ways of looking at it, On the one hand, what certainly excites me about business today is we are way more able to speak about, these feelings and why we actually set out to do what we did with the businesses that we've formed, and what we really want to leave them doing in the world once we're gone. And that's a thought process that's lovely because it's values-based. At the same time, what's really important and should be for policymakers and nations is, okay, these companies that are typically then the smaller, mid-sized companies, they really do, in so many nations, form the backbone of our economic markets. We often forget, because we're distracted by the sparkly unicorns that there are very few of, because they're unicorns, right? And so if our nations and leaders and the policymakers can be thinking about, well, hang on, there's all of the will in the world to have these companies continuing on doing things values-based and keeping our economies thriving, surely that's a win-win. These are exciting conversations to be having.
And that also speaks to the concentration of capital, right? Because the more we can continue these small, medium-sized companies, that also then still will address, at least at some level, right, the concentration of capital and the way in which that goes forward too. So
yeah. Wonderful. I'm going to ask you, we're not going to have time for Q&A, but I wonder if there's any one last thought that you want to leave people here in the room with in relation to ownership. It's a wide open space for you, but what comes to mind following this conversation?
Well, I'm very inspired when I hear personal stories from entrepreneurs who are doing this. I think it's really brave and takes a lot of courage to push against what are very strong headwinds and forge a different path. But I want to make sure that, I would encourage those of you who are thinking about your own personal journey in this to think about not just the personal nature of the structure that you're building, but also how that fits into a broader political and systemic story, and think about power dynamics and how power is shaped and what it means for you to live within this system that is not just, you are not building this company in a vacuum. You are not investing in a vacuum. You are building within a system, and it's incumbent on you not just to use your power to build an example through your company of what better can look like, but also to use your political power to push for a society that can support this model at scale.
Yeah, lovely. Do we have maybe one quick liners from each of you before we wrap up?
Yeah, so, I have two quick messages. First one goes to entrepreneurs. I think the fact that I've met during this conference so many of you who are demonstrating that it is possible today to show you don't have to follow the dominant narrative. It's possible to hack the systems that we have today. It's possible to create this type of organizations today. So if you really want it, you can do it. Just define your own version of success and go for that. At the same time, I know that we have some politicians coming after this, so maybe the message to them goes that still, at the same time, if we want to see this at scale, examples like Voice demonstrate that still it is too difficult. Our legislative system isn't completely designed for this type of plurality. We want some serious change there too. And for there, I do look for our policymakers that hopefully they will be able to affect that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, my call would also be policymakers, legalize. We really need legal structures in place to make this easier.
Do I get the last? Death, you can't take it with you. I think, if I think about the idea of steward ownership, I think what it really calls to mind is we need to think once again about the responsibilities that come with ownership. Because steward ownership is about taking care of something, and we don't think of ownership in that same way anymore. And so what I would really love for us to do is just sort of think about the idea of what are the responsibilities of ownership, and what does it mean to sort of take care of something. I think that, for me, is something that's coming through this whole time here.
Wonderful. So, thank you to all of you for being here, for giving your time, your thought. Thank you to our wonderful panel. And let's just take this with us. There's room for many people to play in these markets. We live in a world of abundance. Let's embrace that, right?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fun. Thank you.
Thank you. No, there will be people. Thank you so much to all 5 of you for an enlightening panel. I thought it was great. All right, we will switch to German now. So everyone who doesn't understand German, headset on, please. We good? Okay.
Are we all right? Can you all hear me? As we've just heard in the panel discussion, to make steward ownership usable for company succession, for our entire economic system, we need the right legal framework and political framework, actually. Particularly, the legal implementation of steward ownership is still so challenging today, and in many countries, it's still impossible. So in Germany, we have been discussing a new corporate legal form for steward ownership. This would be the limited company with bound assets. This topic has been represented politically on our conferences for years now. And the Minister of Justice wanted to be here on purpose. She's really driving this issue forward. And then she learned that she has to talk at the parliament. Right this second, she's speaking at the parliament, I think. So our Federal Minister of Justice and Consumer Protection already mentioned this new corporate legal form as one of her core projects that the new government will take to. I quote, "The world has changed, and so the law has to change too." We are delighted to have the parliamentary undersecretary at the Ministry of Justice and Consumer Protection is here on behalf of Ms. Stefanie Hubich, Mr. Frank Schwabe. Welcome to the stage. All right. Yes, the minister is unfortunately not able to be present here today. I am supposed to excuse her. The parliament needs her today, and there's no way around it. This is how a democracy works. If the parliament wants to see you, you have to be there. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Kaufmann, I'm not really sure who to mention in person. There's so many people involved here. All my colleagues from the parliament who will have a discussion here after this and who shape the legislation. Participants.
Switch to German now, so you need this for your ears.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And in fact, it is my pleasure to convey the greetings from the Federal Minister of Justice. As you've just mentioned, she has a very clear stance on this topic. Those of you, also the international guests who don't know about this yet, from what I've understood, Germany is has a leading role internationally with what we want to include in the Constitution. I'm sorry that the minister is not here, but I'm quite delighted to be here on her behalf. Why? Because I have one woman in my constituency, Mr. Schudlik, who unfortunately can't be here today, and some time ago she came to see me. She was inspired by your work, and she convinced me that we need this new corporate legal form. She founded a center for child development, and she's running it in Castrop-Rauxel, the city that I come from. She is in her mid-60s, and she would like to retire sometime soon, but she would also like to see her company to continue with the purpose that it is following right now. With this in mind, she would like to see this new corporate legal form so that she has a chance for her company to continue to run the same way. As a member of parliament from that region, I was convinced and an advocate of this topic early on, so I'm quite delighted to be here. I saw your guest list from the last years, quite impressive, which shows that your PR department is doing a great job and that you also have important and good ideas. The Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier spoke here 2 years ago about the company with bound assets, and that's quite remarkable. A German head of state talking about a new idea for a legal form of companies. This idea for people who are not too familiar with corporate and questions and law might seem quite boring, but there's something so exciting, an idea that's so exciting is behind it. We can't see this idea here in this room, but I can see 500 people, from what I've been told, who represent this idea. And I think the idea is so compelling because it's based on the following observation. In the market economy, the purpose of a company is to generate profits, and those are regularly distributed to the owners. They make decisions for the company, and they may be influenced by how this affects their income. And even without having studied corporate law, you can understand the core idea of the concept. Let's see what happens to a company and its decisions when it doesn't distribute its profits to the decision makers. Mr. Frank-Walter Steinmeier has described this as the idea of an economic avant-garde. The idea, as you know better than I do, has been around now for 130 years. Otto Schott and Carl Zeiss pursued similar concepts. Until just recently, Giorgio Armani died, and he stipulated in his will that his company should be sold in part, but his foundation should be permanently secured. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now say, yes, well, that's Carl Zeiss or Armani. Those are global corporations that have foundations, they have opportunities others don't. And that's true. That's why smaller companies like Ms. Wojcik from Castrop-Rauxel to implement that idea. She, by the way, discussed this idea with her employees, and they are all behind her. One example that it's also possible and can be done under current law and without setting up your own foundation is the search engine Ecosia, which was founded by Christian Kroll and co-managed by Jenica Shevkin. I think she will be speaking on the stage in a little while. They use their profits from the search engine to plant trees, almost 250 million trees so far, and they don't have a foundation. And now there is a new corporate form that opens new opportunities. So I can say on behalf of the Minister again, ultimately everyone should be able to establish a company without without major hurdles. That's what we want to work for, and it says in the coalition agreement, I quote, "We want to introduce the limited liability company with bound assets." The ministry that I am a member of is committed to pursuing this goal. This is quite an exciting task, and it's also quite challenging to add a new legal form to the German repertoire of corporate legal forms. The coalition agreement sets out 4 clear requirements. First, it should be an independent legal form. Second, it should be structured on a membership basis. Third, binding of assets should be irrevocable. And fourth, there should be no tax privileges or discrimination. We will implement these requirements constructively, and we're working on an independent legal form with characteristics of a cooperative. We want to see what happens when a company isn't allowed to distribute profits. That's at the heart of this. This is the core idea. We will ensure this is done consistently and in accordance with EU law. What we all have in common is that we think this will propel society forward, that we find this new and inspiring, and that it includes the idea of the general well-being and the benefit of all. We don't want to help tax evasion or other crimes with this new option. We also have to be careful that this new form, which is going to be seen as quite progressive, could be misused for greenwashing or other things. we all have one common interest, which is to make sure in our legislation to avoid these loopholes. Ladies and gentlemen, Article 1, Paragraph 1 of the German Constitution was originally intended to read, "The state exists for the sake of the people, not the people for the sake of the state." And I believe that the core idea of a company with restricted assets can be expressed in a similar way. Profit exists for the sake of society, not society for the sake of profit. I really want to thank you for your commitment, for your long-term commitment, for all your enthusiasm, your work, your efforts. I know you've had so many conversations also with other politicians. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your work, for your discussions, for pushing this topic forward and pushing the envelope on it. And you are also a fruitful component to the international discussion. And let me leave with, this new legal form is coming soon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much for those hopeful words. There are, at any rate, many people here in the room, but also everywhere in Germany, who are expecting the creation of this new legal form. We are looking forward to it, don't we? At any rate, we are delighted that we have with you and Mrs. Hubig, that we have a Federal Ministry of Justice which will provide for it.
Yet, it's channel 2. Okay. Because there's more German now. Okay, wir bleiben auf Deutsch. Wir freuen uns nun.
Now, we are delighted that we can listen to additional voices from the policy area concerning steward ownership. We are leaving the government area. We come to the parliamentary area. There are 3 members of the German Bundestag, the German Parliament, who for many years have been advocating for this, for finding a new legal form for companies with an asset lock, with bound capital. Together with Armin Steuernagel, they're going to discuss their political perspectives, their experiences, their learnings. They're going to talk about what could be the lessons for other countries. Armin Steuernagel, please come up to the stage. Dr. Krings, Katharina Beck, Esra Limbacher, please come up to the stage, please.
Ja, Katharina da. Ja, du kannst ja da in die. Ja, herzlich willkommen und wunderbar, dass ihr da seid.
A very warm welcome to you. It's great that you're here. I'm really delighted and excited that we have here 3 political leaders who really, as Mike has just said, who for many years, I think I can say this, for many, many years, it's not a lie, you have been advocating for this cause in the German Bundestag Parliament, even before your time at the Bundestag in the case of Katharina. So you dedicated your efforts to this. I would like to start with the first question. Why do you do this? What motivates you with regard to this topic, personally or politically? At our parliamentary evening, it was some years ago, you were always ready to confront this discussion. Thank you for your kind question. But this is, it's a superficial reason, but indeed, I learned about your commitment, thanks to your commitment about this topic. The president of the Christian Democrats, Kramp-Karrenbauer, had advocated for this long before me. Shortly before our meeting, it was uncharted waters for me. But I was convinced that we could fill a gap in our German corporate law. I state this clearly. If all the companies work like this, it wouldn't be good for our economy. We need this new model, but not only this model. What I need for our economy is a mix of governance structures. I must be able to reflect different corporate motives too. I'm not an expert about all the details of corporate law, but if I say we don't need this, there is this dual foundation model, this triple foundation model, it will work out. But we also need models for our small and medium-sized enterprises. Sometimes the model is not suitable for the great unicorns like Bosch. So I was a bit astonished. In our last government coalition treaty, the topic was not in it. At that time, I don't know exactly why the project failed. Was it the Justice Ministry or the Finance Ministry? But in the new coalition agreement between the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, we inscribed this principle in our coalition agreement. It's a go. We want to achieve it.
Wir können ja gleich noch mal drüber sprechen, wie schnell,
we can talk about how quick this can be implemented.
Ja, genau, weil wir wissen ja, wie
Exactly.
sozusagen die zweite Hälfte
We
der
know
Legislatur dann manchmal auch
that
verlaufen kann.
the second part of the legislative session can turn out very differently. No, it won't be easy, but in 4 years we will be able to do it.
Nee, das stimmt schon.
Katharina, I would like to ask you the same question. What is your motive? Because we know that you have always struggled to put this topic at the forefront. Last year, I said we will succeed in doing it. Maybe not we were a three-party coalition back then, but when I say we as policy leaders, we can manage it. I think that there are less disputes between the opposition and the government and the Christian Democrats. I know Monsieur Limber from the last legislative session. It was the colleague of the Liberal Democrats with whom we negotiated about it. We know why it failed, but let's just only hope that we won't fail again in implementing this project. Personally, I'm always enthusiastic about entrepreneurship. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I have worked for a long time in business, and if there is a need, which I perceive, when entrepreneurs queue up because they want to have this finally, because there's a need among the SMEs concerning the business successions, and we don't not take away anything from anyone. It's not the case. So since this is the case, there are no arguments against it, but there are many arguments in favor of it because it expands our choice. I learned today that there are some caveats in the moral sense, ethical sense. No, it's a 100% asset lock. It fills a gap. So it's a very good thing for me. It's a bit frustrating that we still do not have this governance structure, but every new day can be a day when we really implement it, and I wish the new German government that it will manage to implement it. Yes, of course, you have to take all the details into account, but we will accompany this critically and constructively. Mr. Limbacher, last time you were a rapporteur for this course. You're once again the rapporteur. Although you are the vice president of the parliamentary group, we have here two vice presidents of the parliamentary groups that form the coalition government. Although you are responsible for housing, construction, and so on, in the law commission, you made sure that you could continue to be the rapporteur, and we're glad about it, because over the last few years you have always advocated for our cause, and together with Katharina Beck, you contributed to the professorial draft. I would like to ask you the same question. You have been working on this for a long time, haven't you? What is your motivation? Why do you continue to work on it? I would like to start by explaining how I started to work on this topic. After I was re-elected to the German Bundestag, 2021, if I'm not mistaken, we dealt with each other together. I started to deal with this topic, and the situation was similar to the one today. So this conference has been going on for the whole day. This hall is complete. And it's not a self-evident fact. So it was extremely motivating for me to see that here are so many people who want to achieve something in their life, they want to achieve real things in their life. And this captured me, captivated my attention. They want to change things. So then I started to deal with this topic, and my enthusiasm has not changed. I got into touch with many entrepreneurs, many founders who want to drive precisely this forward. I remember one entrepreneur, I don't know if he's here, from my German state. It's Thomas Broch from the Globus Group. His company has a very long seniority, and he explained to me why he wanted to embark on this path, and this motivated me to embark on that path too. I'm convinced that this legal form will be implemented, it will be effectuated, because there's demand for it. Why should we, the political leaders, why shouldn't we not accede to this wish or fulfill this wish? Because there's demand for it. So after the change of the government in Germany, my posture has not changed. What's more, in the coalition agreement, we managed very well to lay down this principle very well, and I think that we are going to tread this path with determination. During the debate, there were some voices, some people who were against it. There have been some twists in the last legislative session, and as you know, there are many, many guests here coming from other countries like the Netherlands, Greece, Portugal, from many other parts of Europe, New Zealand, the United States of America. I think it's interesting for them to learn, to see what are the special surprises in such a debate when we discuss asset locks, that is, bound capital or bound assets, because it can be a topic for many of us in the future. It's remarkable that, how would you respond to this? Maybe what is remarkable in the discussion? Okay, at the beginning of the discussion, I found it remarkable that there are still persons who felt threatened by it. To be honest, I cannot understand it. I can understand that there is a different approach to private equity and to this idea of social market economy, but I must be, honestly speaking, my capacity as a social democrat or as a German democrat, I stand always firmly by the side of the social market economy. We want to be a facilitator and not want to impede something. So it was remarkable for me to see that there were many headwinds, still many headwinds. I can understand this criticism, but I don't think it's right. I would like to mention 2 points which are very similar to this. The choice of names. Initially, it was called responsible ownership or Verantwortungseigentum. And those who shape it differently, they felt degraded and they had the impression that they were irresponsible. So, no, we never claimed that the others were irresponsible. 100% asset lock. We try to find a neutral term. It is not judgmental. Secondly, the power of the agenda setting or of the non-agenda setting. So it depends, after all, on the competent minister. The person responsible here was the former Justice Minister Marco Buschmann. He didn't want it. 4 years later, that's the analysis to be made. And if you do not submit such a proposal, it will not be dealt with in the government. So I must say that it was great joy for me, but I was glad that the Federal Ministry of Justice, the Federal Ministry of Finance, and I was glad that they are led by Social Democrats. I know there's Mr. Krings, but due to our cooperation with the SPD, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, they are real proponents for this idea. So the agenda setting is important, it's relevant. I will, as I said, accompany this critically and constructively. I think that we have did a lot of hard work in practice, so I think that it is implementable.
es ist wichtig zu sagen, weil...
Gnädige Frau.
We've spent many hours together. We worked hard on it. Yes, we spent many time working on it. A question was asked, what was your greatest surprise? In a positive sense, I was very surprised by the fact that this project could link so many people together. Professor Krings participated in it, although he was in the opposition. Mr. Fricke from the Liberal Democrats comes from another political direction too. But I mean that there are so different political parties who banded together and who wanted to make it happen. And this is an argument, positive argument in favor of the implementation of this project. Just a small story, if you allow me. I chose this yellow jacket today because this project has a lot to do with the idea of freedom. I love freedom, and this is why I associate with this my when I remember Otto, so the Liberal Democratic Party of Germany. So I would like to talk also about the FDP, the Liberal Democrats. She wasn't surprised. No. We knew that it wouldn't be simple. I think it was in the Bundestag's restaurant. It was the first evening we talked. I remember that I sat at the table before I was able to submit my statement, and there was another colleague of the Liberal Democrats, but not Otto Fricke, and he was very disappointed because he expected me to make a very critical statement. I don't remember who it was, but he was really disappointed that the representative of the Christian Democrats approved the project. He was very disappointed about it. There were others in the FDP, like Otto Fricke. There are also many others who do not know much about this topic. And there were some critical statements coming from the Federal Ministry of Finance. They asked themselves if this is a way to save taxes. Responsible ownership, steward ownership. Well, when people hear this, they think that the others are irresponsible. We as political leaders, as policymakers, do we really want to suggest that the others are less responsible? So the change of name to steward ownership was a good change over. It was also very good that it was a draft that was drafted by professors and experts. I come from a political party that has social, political roots. We have, by the way, emphasized again the idea of freedom, liberty, but we also have conservative roots, and I'm committed to them. So we are skeptical at the beginning. We ask questions when there's something new, because new ideas must be legitimized too. I'm not sure that I managed to convince everyone in our parliamentary group. We convinced Friedrich Merz, the Federal Chancellor, Donna Leth, President of the Constitutional Court in North Rhine-Westphalia, my homeland, was in favor of it. And we had a long phone conversation with Friedrich Merz. He has not become, I think, an ardent, fervent supporter of the project, but it's a good thing that Friedrich Merz approves the idea that he plays the game. And when we presented this project in our working group, many people asked, do we really want to implement this? And he answered that he knew the counter-arguments against the project, but he does not need to be an enthusiastic proponent, but he approves it. So this draft version is acceptable. We can implement it. I do not. The others are still here. The State Secretary is not here longer, but the Federal Ministry of Justice also has other ambitions. That's all right, but we cannot claim that there is nothing that we can build on. That's no longer the case. I hope that we will not have to wait for the second half of the legislative session. I hope it will be quicker. It's also a decision of the Federal Ministry of Justice. The Federal Ministry of Justice makes a lot of legislation. They are hardworking there. There are other groups, other stakeholder groups will also weigh in, but I think, that's my hope, that next year this will be concretized. There will be technical draft coming from the ministry. We should take over many of the elements of the draft. I know, of course, the legislative process, so I think that this is a very good legislative draft. We could take it, we could use it. If the Federal Ministry of Justice draws up another draft, okay. But as we mentioned in our governing coalition agreement, it must be something autonomous, an autonomous company, because with regard to the EU legislation, this is an important point. Not just a German limited company. In any case, it's great fun to talk to policy leaders. We get a lot of good news. There's one question which I would like to ask you, because you said that there were also adversaries of the idea. Here, many entrepreneurs from the entire Federal Republic of Germany have gathered. They have their own deputies from the constituencies. Do you see that it's necessary that we commit ourselves here or there, or the parliamentary group of the Christian Democratic Union? Do you see any risks when the main points of the draft will be presented? Shall we wait? What would you advise? What would you advise us? In politics, there are always risks. We know this. Every member of parliament receives a lot of critical, negative feedback too. We know that. Positive reinforcement. You could approach your representative of your constituency, tell him or her that it's a good thing, that he approves the project, and then your member of parliament of your constituency will know that you are in favor of it. You can give him praise, but you can also tell him or her that you expect this draft to be finally implemented. Katharina, you dealt with the details of the project too. During the last events, there was a debate going on about whether this should be open to investment or will there be a fixed interest rate, because otherwise the bound capital idea would be undermined, or we need a compulsory supervisory board. You said that you look at the details. You are in the opposition. What would you advise the government to do with regard to the investment capacities or advisory boards? We discussed all the details at length and in depth. I do not want to reproduce all the details here, but this technical draft was already mentioned, and there was a first draft. Now there's going to be a second draft bill, which has already dealt with all the critical elements. Law professors, legal professors, and professors from other disciplines have examined this draft bill, this draft law, and endorsed this. But if we deviate from this, we have to examine it. Is this a great deviation or not? There was recently an event in the German Bundestag. Armin, you asked whether the entrepreneurs would approve the changes or the solution. I think out of 300 entrepreneurs, there was only one that disagreed. We need something that is suited to the practice. So this is the draft bill that we have. Maybe there will be other elements that will be added. Not a big deal, but I endorse this. this. I support this. And at this point, at this juncture, I would like to emphasize Anne Sanders and all those who were involved in it. I would praise them because they did incredible volunteering work. In this context, they did not only make friends, but thank you a lot. Thanks a lot to them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have managed it.
Also du hältst den Goldstandard hoch,
So you uphold the gold standard, which will be our benchmark. Yes, why not? Everything was reviewed in an excellent manner. This is just good. And from my point of view, it's not necessary to justify everything. Mr. Limbacher, now we have the bill, the draft law. The Federal Ministry of Justice will create something new. What would be the details that you, in your capacity as rapporteur, would be important for you with regard to the openness to investment? This is a question which is important for many of us, so that it is possible to invest. Together with the Federal Ministry of Justice, who is still present here, if I'm not mistaken, we are currently having good talks with its representatives. So we do not need to dictate anything so that the people affected know what they have to do. There is a large degree of openness in the Ministry of Justice. They have a lot of expertise regarding the implementation. And there are many central points in this draft law that we have included in the coalition's governing coalition's agreement intentionally. It's about asset locks, for example. It's included in the coalition treaty. It will be extremely important for us that we have absolute clarity about certain questions. For example, if we are accused of establishing a tax-saving, tax-evading model. So right from the start, we have to answer these questions immediately and concretely. What happens in the case of insolvencies, so that we do not create dead societies that do not really exist. And this Professor draft gives responses to this. What we have to communicate all our answers in order to avoid that those who criticize it will be the only ones that will be heard. These are the points that I will particularly take into account.
Wir könnten jetzt auch noch mal aufmachen. Ich weiß nicht, ob es Fragen
We could open up the discussion now. Are there any questions in our audience to the members of the German Bundestag Parliament? If you like to weigh in, please raise your hand. I can't see you very well due to the light. Are there any? There's too much harmony, too much unanimity. There's also one reason why we like to come here, because I believe that we are unanimous. But the gist of those contributions is, let's get started, because we have already taken part in many events that you had organized, even in the same room. I think we have already talked about this, about how to implement it. So I would be delighted if next year I can come back and then we will talk about how well we have implemented it.
Da machen wir jetzt noch ein Endstatement runter.
Ich glaube, Günther Krings hat gerade noch, also ich hatte ja eben gesagt, Agenda Setting Power.
I just talked about the power of agenda setting, and of course the draft law must be suited to the practice. Must be able to respond to criticism. But you also mentioned the point of veto player. The Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, could have been such a veto player. It goes without saying that it's important that you have shared this with us, that there is an openness among them towards the subject. Of course, it's true. You do not need to be enthusiastic about it, but it's important not to be a fierce enemy, and that's an important step, as Lars Klingbeil is not an adversary, but a proponent who is able to prepare the fiscal aspects very well. I'm hopeful, but I will always have some tears in my eyes because I wasn't able to vote on it when I was part of the government. It's a decision of conscience. I do not need to convince the governing coalition. If your draft bill is good, I will be delighted for you. I will vote in favor of it 1,000 times yes. 1,000 times yes. I would be very happy. Maybe you should do a nominal vote. That would be wonderful. You perceived what I perceived as praise, for example, or encouragement. Yes, of course, I will use it in order to motivate others. I would like to give back this compliment to Achim Steuernagel, this foundation. I will be a little bit indiscreet. There was another colleague of the Social Democrats who said, if Steuernagel calls me again, I will erase him from the list. That was not a criticism. It was a show of respect. He was so impressed that Achim Steuernagel was so tenacious. But there has rarely been someone who has dealt so intensely with the topic than he. It's a joint effort. It's a common effort that has been undertaken. Yes, I only cited him as an example, but it was important for me to say this. It's a joint effort. It has been a joint effort undertaken by our entire team at the foundation, at the Steward-Ownership Foundation. So give again a round of applause to them, please. Till Wagner, Carla Reuter, my colleagues in the management board, and many more. We're going to see them again, perhaps on the stage later on. So what are we going to agree upon? Maybe we just wait for the Federal Ministry of Justice to have, until they have submitted their proposal? I would say that next January we can get in touch again in order to fathom out if the Federal Ministry of Justice has worked out some key points. I don't want to be unfair, but I think that the department is dealing with two other projects too. But given it's a priority project for us. I hope that it's going to be treated as a priority project in the Federal Ministry of Justice. In the first half of 2026, we will be on track for a technical draft. But we should not wait longer than next year. And if the colleague from the Liberal Democrats sees it the same way, we will have a strong lobby. Yes, I endorse that. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. On my part, I would also like to give my thanks to them for their continuous commitment, not only here on stage, but also in the policymaking area. We are all waiting for it, and I really believe that once in Germany, a new legal form will be implemented for companies with an asset lock, with bound capital. I'm hopeful that this will also have an effects on other countries too. We are waiting for it. Now we come back to the English language. So if you wish, you can put on or take off your headphones.
This afternoon, we've spoken a lot about companies from the outside, looking at the societal, a systemic, a political view on companies and on ownership. And our next speaker is helping us to kind of round off the conference by connecting this topic, again, back to the morning, the implications of ownership for individuals and individual companies. She offers insights into a steward-owned company operating in one of the most crucial arenas of our time, digital infrastructure. It was on the stage quite a lot today already. And more specifically, she's talking about search engines, the gateways to information, the foundation for artificial intelligence, and just a really important part of our day-to-day world at the moment. So who better to bridge these topics than Jenica Schäfgen? Jenica is head of Ecosia Europe, and Ecosia is the largest independent search engine that uses its profits to plant trees and is also steward-owned. So Jenica, I'd like to ask you on the stage. Thank you.
Hello, wow, good afternoon. That's such a full and big room. So I've joined a couple of conferences, I think all of the steward-owned conferences so far, and every time I see so many new faces, and it makes me so happy because I consider steward ownership not just an idea, but really a movement. And it starts everywhere, but it's growing into something bigger and global. And these conferences are what really confirms this feeling for me every time. So thank you so much for coming here today and listening to all of us speak and sharing your thoughts and your questions with us. So today we learned why ownership matters. We learned that ownership defines whom a company truly serves, people or shareholder value. We met a couple of founders who wanted independence, who wanted to put the product quality at the heart of their business. And we also learned that, well, the ownership models we have and the financing models we have, they drive something else than what we want, which is concentration of power, monopolies, and really the neglect of public value. I stand here today not as a founder, not as a shareholder, not as a scientist, that's for sure. I stand here as an employee and as a human. And as such, steward ownership gives me great hope. And today I want to tell you why. A couple years ago, maybe a little longer than a couple years ago, when I left my university, I was looking for a new challenge. And some of you might work in startups. I also joined a couple of startups back then. And if you've ever worked in a startup, you might resonate with that feeling. Like, I was really thrilled by the energy, the curiosity, and the can-do spirit, and this hunger to create a whole team. It was inspiring, it was fun, and it felt really meaningful. And I believed in their purpose, in their mission and vision, and their idea. But over time, something has changed. The tone, it grew a little urgent, and all of a sudden we stopped building for people, and instead we started chasing numbers. Now our product didn't have to be, it had to be new, it had to be pitchable and flashy and cool, but no one was asking anymore for, I don't know, simple, practical, or just a good product. So after today, what do you think has happened? Investors came in. And I really don't want to talk bad about investors at all here, because the experience of VC funding can be so different from company to company. But in this case, it really changed the spirit of the company, of the team, and really what we cared about. At that time, I had no idea about the relevance of ownership. I had no idea how this was all connected. It was just an observation. I never thought about who owns a company, what's the ownership structure. I was just an employee. I just wanted to work for something that I really believed in. But this whole situation did get me wondering, what is the true game of a business? And I started looking for companies, and I was wondering, what is their why? And that's when I started at Ecosia. That's almost 8 years ago now, quite some time. And I discovered the search engine. Michael already introduced it. It's a search engine from Germany that uses 100% of profits for climate action. Herr Schwabe told you how many trees we've planted so far. He forgot 100 million. So, and actually, early next year, 250 million trees will be planted in biodiversity hotspots, regenerating ecosystems, together with local communities, bringing back endangered species. It's amazing work, and only thanks to millions of people worldwide that said, oh yeah, of course, I make Ecosia my default search engine. So you naturally can maybe imagine back then, 7.5 years ago, when I learned about Ecosia, I was like, yes, finally, a company that really understands a why and really wants to create value and doesn't care about making money, only maybe for the greater good, but not for themselves. It happened to be at the same time that Ecosia's founder, Christian Kroll, some of you might know him, he raised the question of the ownership of the company. And he wanted to move it to steward-ownership. He told me about this, and I was just like, yes. And I never shared this with him, but I'm going to share it here on stage, why not? I had no idea why he wanted to do that. I really didn't understand it. Because I thought, why? I mean, you have the value, you have the why, we all have it. I trust you, we all trust you. Why do you want to fix something that isn't broken? We trust our purpose. And then it took me a little bit and I started understanding. The purpose of a company alone, it is not safe. It's ownership that makes sure that the why can actually survive long term. So I had believed in the why of the startups that I joined, until they changed. So when they changed the why, I left. I found Ecosia. Ecosia secured their why. And I'm really, really glad they did. But I tell you today, the why of a company is what really needs protection. And not only myself, I'm really glad today that Ecosia is steward-owned, so should be you. Because Ecosia doesn't just plant trees and climate action and all of that. It's a search engine. And as such, it's critical infrastructure for us today. Because search is not just a tool we use in school anymore. It's really a lens that we perceive the world through, that we experience and make sense of the world. And algorithms, and also AI, an even more important topic these days, they are not neutral. They actively shape how we perceive the information portrayed. They influence what we believe to be true and what we dismiss to be irrelevant. In doing so, they help define what societies might consider more important than other things. So they influence what we as a collective care about. So after everything that we've heard today, and Catherine already a little bit raised the question or pointed this out, there is this one important question we have to keep raising. How is the digital world owned? Who owns it? And most importantly, whom does it serve? Well, until very recently, search worldwide was mostly operated by two algorithms, owned by two very well-known US-American companies. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but I would like to ask you to have this set in. Because it's two companies from one country serving global search, global information. That is an enormous concentration of informational power. But I'm also here to share some good news, because this year something has changed. Together with our French competitor Quant, some might know them, they're really big in France, bigger than us, damn it. We launched a joint venture called European Search Perspective. So for the first time ever, Europe actually has their own search index. And that can also form the foundation for European AI. This is maybe a little bit technical. That doesn't sound sexy or exciting. But I'm here to tell you, take away one thing. This is huge, because it's a huge chance for Europe to shape their own digital autonomy, to create their own digital independent world, but the European way. This index is co-owned by us, Ecosia, a steward-owned company. As such, it stays independent and it's there to serve the people, to really create value. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, we're applauding Ecosia. That wasn't me. But yes, that's a remarkable development. And yet, our governments, our schools, our public institutions, they stick to American and shareholder-driven digital products. Of course, it's a habit, right? It's a convenience. But I tell you what it is not. It is definitely not a practice that moves the needle in the greater picture that we so dearly have to care about these days. We cling to those inherited frameworks somehow, and we act almost like they were these inherited truths. But the greatest risk, maybe, isn't the technology itself. It's rather our collective failure to really think beyond those limits of outdated models and thinking. I mean, don't we all want a digital world that is there to serve the people, to create just a really good product and that doesn't care about the money? I think we do. And if we want that, then steward ownership. Since steward-owned companies, they're not just an option. Steward ownership can rebalance power dynamics in the economy. It can strengthen diversity, create new financing tools. It protects the purpose that we care about. It does so in startups, family businesses, and with Ecosia also in critical infrastructures. So no, steward ownership is not just another option. It is a key. And I believe, and I think all of us do, that the time to turn this key for politicians, for entrepreneurs, and maybe even for all of us as a society is today. Because in the end, ownership does matter. Thank you very much.
Danke, Jenica. Thank you, Jenica, for helping us round off the day, helping us bridge the morning and the afternoon. And I do also think that we have to turn that key now. We have come to a close. What an intense day, but also what an inspiring and productive day this was, in my opinion. We all feel like there's still a lot to do for us, a long way to go for steward ownership, but we've also come so far already. Just look at the momentum we are gathering here in the room, the energy we have here. Look at who is here and the powerful ecosystem all of us have together built. And this gives me hope, and I think a lot of you as well, like coming here together and seeing everything that's happening. And for that, I want to thank each and every one of you. First and foremost, I want to thank the companies leading the way, making steward ownership, or transitioning into steward ownership today, living it in their companies, implementing it today. Both the companies that we saw here on stage, all the ones in the room, and worldwide. I want to thank, yes. I want to thank the capital providers already investing in steward-owned businesses. All of you researchers, lawyers, consultants, politicians, thought leaders helping to make the concept more known. Thank you. And a special thank you I want to give to all the change makers making steward ownership more known and accessible in different regions around the globe. And we have people here that are working to support steward ownership in the Netherlands, in Brazil, Belgium, Greece, Spain, the Nordics, Latin America, Switzerland, UK, New Zealand, France, and Fiji, and maybe more. Hopefully I didn't forget someone. So many people. Thank you so much. And then I also want to thank some people without whom this day would not have been possible. A huge thank you to our partner, the Radialsystem, for making it possible for us to come here again, for making it a pleasure to work with you. It's been it's been an honor to be here again. Thank you so much for that. Thank you also to the whole event support, the tech people, translators, artists, the cleaning staff, the catering, everyone else. Please, you know that I mean you. Thank you. And thank you for everyone who donated to make this day possible, particularly also to allow us to have ticket prices that make this day more accessible to as many people as we can. And thank you to everyone who donated both financially and in resources. Then a thank you also to all the speakers, both on the main stage and in workshops. I know you spent a lot of time preparing. I've been in contact with close to every one of you for the last month, so thanks for all the energy that went into that. And also, as every year, I would like to ask my whole team on the stage and give a warm thank you to a whole team on the stage. You guys are so cute. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now we have to bow. Thank you so much. Thank you for the standing ovation. Wow. Before I let you go and we get off a fresh breath of air, I have a few housekeeping remarks and then one more thing we do together. And then you can leave for drinks, dinner, fresh air, whatever you want. So, first of all, and very important, please don't forget to return your headsets. Just return them right when you walk out. It's really important. They will hunt us for them, so please, and we will hunt you, so please do that. Then we do have the kind of exhibition, Steward-Ownership Reflections, that you can still visit during dinner. And I don't know whether anyone has been there already. Hopefully a few people have been there already. It's definitely worth it to check it out and kind of get a completely different feeling for Steward-Ownership. So just follow the signs for that. We also have a big materials table, and you can take the book for Steward-Ownership, just newly printed, kind of a foundational material on that, and everything else on there for free. So please just take something on the way home. Then we have a great dinner coming here in a few minutes, again, just right next door. And we are also very happy to have Ashanti Konene here today, who will give a poetic provocation on Steward-Ownership. And I'm very excited for it. It's also in the Saal at around 7:30. All right. To end this day, we have a little tradition, so I can get everyone to stand up now. All right, some of you know the drill already, but some of you don't. So what we're doing is we are all gathering energy. Energy for the next years, energy for Steward-Ownership, for the success of Steward-Ownership. All right, and what will happen, it's not happening now, I'll tell you first, is that I clap say 3, 2, 1, clap, and then we all clap and release that energy for us. All right, so keep rubbing, a lot of energy, okay. 3, 2, 1, clap. Woo! Thanks, everybody!